Good morning. I have to adjust my camera after I get on. I don't know why. It's the way it is. Good morning, good morning, good morning. It is Friday morning. It's Friday morning and Meri's doing a stream. Friday, April 21st. Welcome to my desk. Welcome to my desk. Let me get out here on my tablet so that I can see folks when they come in and give them a big old hearty welcome. I've been a bit under the weather this past week. I hurt my shoulder. Hi, Mina. Good morning, Mina. I hurt my shoulder, and that's been on the mend. It's much better. And hi, Arlene. Good morning, Arlene. Good to see you, ladies. Oh, it's good to see you. I have missed you. I have missed you. I miss you guys. And then I caught whatever Becky had, I got. Is it possible to catch it? I think when I went to my grandniece's game, we were in a school near here that they built in the last few years, and I've never been in there. And I was looking for the auditorium, which way do we go? And I was entering a room where there were some people. It was more like a general meeting room. And there was a guy standing in the doorway, and he sneezed. And right as I was going in, he sneezed in my face. And I think he passed along something. I don't know what it was, but I've had a pretty sore throat. I've been coughing and probably just a cold, but I've been taking care of it. And I've been getting lots of sleep. I've been reading, and I've been tatting. I've been tatting over here. I want to use these. I made a whole bunch of these. There should be 16 of them here for my Pick 10 I've been working on. I want to put these on my Pick 10 postcards, and that's going to be, and then I made some, I showed it on my community tab. I've been making some little butterflies, but I have to say these butterflies, and maybe it's just my skill level yet, but they're much easier to do with a larger yarn. I'm just a beginner tatter. And I've been fussy cutting. Let me fix my quality here. Quality is at 144. And it says I have 12 in here, but I only see 2. That's because I need to refresh my chat. Hold on. There you all are. Good morning. Hi, Becky. Good morning, Becky. Hi, Stitch It. You love those tatted butterflies. They are fun to do. I finally worked out the pattern. I'm working out a step-by-step. I'm going to do a step-by-step with video reviews along the way of how to tat those butterflies. But like I said, I wasn't feeling so good last week or this past week, so I haven't been doing much. Hi, Kimberly. Oh, it's good to see you, Kimberly. Good morning. It's so good to see you, Angie and Mina and Becky and Arlene. Who else? Stitch It, Pam. Who else? Oh, Tina. Good morning, Tina. It's good to see you. All righty. I think I've said good morning to everybody. So I've been fussy cutting, and there's something, I'm not going to fussy cut a whole lot here, but I want to show you something I've been doing. Let me zoom out a little. Let me turn these. Oh, hold on. Oop. Excuse me. You'll hear me cough every now and then. I went to the library. I had to return some books. And I went to the library, and she cleaned out the magazines, so yay. So I brought home a big old bag of magazines, and I've been fussy cutting from them. That's something I can sit and do quietly. This, of course, is the county register. I'm going to put this in one of my journals. It's got this beautiful stitching shadow box. And I did catch Dee Dee, what was it, Wednesday morning? And she asked me what I was going to do with the fussy cuts, I guess. I can't remember, but I told her I was going to make a shadow box journal. And I am. So, this is just a bag that I've been, this is an old fussy cut time. But what I've been doing here, when I fussy cut, like this is, I think this is the Farmhouse magazine. And Farmhouse magazine. And then I take off the back cover and I tape up the edges and cut me a little thumb hole. Now I know you can, and I do, I have used bags and just different things to keep your fussy cuts in. But when I'm sitting in there in my chair and I don't have bags right with me, there's a way that you can just take your magazine and keep it right at you when you fussy cut here. And of course I goofed on this. Let me pull this out here because this is one of those larger ones. All right, so let me get down the stack here because I think this is still the what happens when I do this is I always have pages that I can't bear to cut up. Here's one of them, fall color, big pages, big time. I couldn't bear to cut that up. So this one, let's see what's on the other side. Oh, this just tells me that it's the Farmhouse. Sometimes I use the cover of the magazines, sometimes just for a stronger backing sheet. Fall on the Farm, a big red truck. Some of these are just full color pages that I'm not ready to cut yet. I don't know why that one, some of these it looks like I still need to cut. Oh, here's 13 pumpkins. Let's see what's inside of here. I think these are still ones I want to cut. Do-it-yourself Farmhouse, something like this. I just can't cut it up. So I use them as full pages. These look like some here that I still need to cut. So there's those. And I'm going to keep those with this because it looks like I still need to go through that. Then some here that I want to cut. I got some flower magazines that I want to get a few images out of for one of our prompts. Here's another Farmhouse. These are ones I want to cut. Got the word happy. These are still ones I want to cut. And I have been enjoying these Nebraska magazines. These are well done magazines. There's also Outdoor Nebraska, Nebraska Life. They've got really interesting articles about the state that I'm living in. So I've been enjoying those magazines. I got a big stack of them. And here's a Nebraska Land magazine. And this had an article about old-fashioned bicycles. Look at this lady. This is Louise Pound. She was a famous Nebraska she went to the University of Nebraska. She was a famous I don't know if she was an author so much as I can't remember exactly what she was all involved in. Louise Pound's Century Pen. Find out if it talks about her. It doesn't talk about her too much. But these are all about lady cyclists. I thought that was an interesting article. Now we're getting down to some of these were ones I want to go through yet. But see, here's another package. And this I believe was a now it opens up this way. And I just tuck my fussy cuts inside. And this is kind of a temporary. Have you rolled over yet? Animals rolling over in the grass. It's kind of a temporary holder for my fussy cuts while I'm sitting in at the recliner. Let me put this one back. I'm going to have to fold this one more time. And I get an accumulation. This is a, oh, maybe this was National Geographic, because here's my National Geographic extra pages. But as you can see, I've been doing several of them, several magazines. Here's a couple. Here's one, a Mary Jane magazine that I cut up. And these are some more that I need to go through. Nebraska land. But let's take one here. I'm getting too many in my lap. Let's take this country sampler and I'll show you what I've been doing here. Let me get these off my desk because I have too many out here. See if I got all of my, look at these butterflies. Nebraska Life magazine. They are so well done. Watermelon. Nebraska Community Foundation. Aurora Shop hands out free books, Kind Company. Balloons. All right, let me get these down to the bottom here. Some more pages. Some more big pages that I can't bear to cut up some of these. All right. Let me set these down below. Oh! I'm going to take the country sampler. And I'm going to keep these separately. I was thinking I could just put these in a box like this. But I don't know. I think I like them in bags better. But these are just kind of temporary holders. Let me get these off. Let me clear off a space. So that's what I've been doing. I've been fussy cutting and tatting. I haven't been doing much else. I've been sleeping. All right, let me refresh my chat here. Oh, look, my desk is all crooked. My camera's crooked. Oop. You've been seeing me and not my desk. Sorry about that. That's about how I feel, kind of off. Still kind of off, isn't it? How is that? That worse? Oh, guess it go the other way. There. Okay. Let me look at chat. Let me refresh my chat. Kimberly says, hi, Jay and Leah. Hi, Leah. And Jacqueline, good morning, ladies. It's good to see you. And Leah popped in. Becky said, I have not, but I bet that was a pretty lovely Sphinx cat. Let's see. I just wanted you to let you know I want to be back here. Well, of course, Angie, you can be in here. Okay. But I do want to say something, and let me pin this. I have to get to my mail program because I sent it to me. I want to pin a message here and explain myself. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. I sent something to me back here someplace. Do, 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 do. All right, let me pin this. Let me copy it and pin it. I'm kind of changing my way here, and I'm going to put this in my description box, but for right now, let me get back into my stream here and find my chat. There we go. Let me put this in here and then we'll talk about it, or I'll talk about it and you can listen, whatever. I'm going to have a little rule here. Every now and then I do this. All right, I pinned that. It says, please do not share online auction channels in my stream. And that goes for all of them. I'm not talking about any one. The sales channels. It's not that I don't want to put in there, but I want you to come and talk to me privately before you do that, so that I can approve or disapprove of them. I ran into an instance. It didn't make me feel any better. I was sick and I was dealing with all of that. I ran into an instance that was not a happy instance. So I'm just kind of putting my foot down on online. And I don't want to go into the unhappy instance because it's kind of private and it just doesn't need to be put out there. But I'm going to put my foot down. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't share links to channels. I make a lot of you mods because I do want you to share channels. And if somebody's promoting something like Tanya does quite, and I saw Lisa did too here just recently, they'll go to the store and buy something and they'll review it online. Or if you have a haul from like a Goodwill haul, Becky does her Goodwill hauls. They aren't selling stuff. They're kind of maybe talking about what they bought, but they're not a business that's selling stuff online. So that's kind of what I want to prevent. Now, I think Pearl Brown is going to, and here again, you'll hear me promote them myself, but this is my channel and I promote what I want to promote. If you can go do your own channel if you want to promote something that I'm not allowing. It just because, like I said, I ran into an unhappy instance here recently, and I'm just kind of putting my foot down on it. So that's all that needs. And that isn't to say if you want to promote a sale, just say, oh, Pearl Brown is going to be on this afternoon. Can I share a link to her sale? Just come and talk to me and I'll either allow it or disallow it. And I may disallow something and not tell you why, because it may be personal. And but here again, this is my channel. So, and, I probably should have done this years ago. But years ago, I wasn't running into a problem until recently here. And so, and also, if you go into Facebook and join groups, you'll find a lot of groups will not let you share links to other groups and links to sales sites and links to, they don't allow it. So why am I? So, and then here again, it's not saying I won't allow it. It means I need you to come and talk to me. I need a contact address for you. I need to be able to contact you. And, none of this, I'm going to share it, but you aren't going to be able to talk to me stuff. That's just, if you can't come and talk to me privately about it, forget it. All right, so there's that. Let's move on. Let me refresh my chat again here. And generally, I don't have that big of a problem with it. It's just every now and then I run into it and I'm putting my foot down. So what I've been doing when I've been fussy cutting, let's say I pick out a new magazine, like this is a fall issue. So I choose either the front or the back cover. either the front or the back. Let me get this off my desk for a minute. And I think I'm going to save the front cover and use the back cover. Look, it's got that bird on the back. This is a bathroom issue here. So, and then I just fold it in half like that. I'm making my holder. Now I could heat gun this label off, but I'm not going to fool with that this morning. Now this method is a temporary holder. I noticed as I was going through all of these, I need to take these out of these little temporary holders here and put them in a different, put them in a baggie. But I'm not going to do that here. So I just fold it in half. And then I take my tape. But before I do that, let me cut a thumb hole in here. I'll cut me a little thumb hole because I know that helps. And I've got thread hanging off of this. Let me cut a thumb hole. This helps when I'm sitting in there wanting to put something in here. Excuse me. You will hear me coughing. And I put a piece of tape. I see I've got a tear right there, but that's okay. This is just temporary. I put a piece of tape here and a piece of tape on the other side. And this helps when I'm sitting at my recliner and I don't have a baggie available and I don't want to get up and go get one. Then I look for a page, and this might be a good one. I look for a page that doesn't have much on it that I want to keep. And I just cut a couple of strips here. And again, this is nothing that I plan to... I thought about maybe putting them in the shoebox, but I think I'll take them out of these little envelope things that I made and put them in a baggie or something more stable. And then I take this piece of paper off of this, and then I take one of my strips that I cut, and I don't put it clear across. I'll put it maybe 1/4 of the way across that tape. And I know that you can use glue, but these are temporary. I may want to cut these up, like I may want an image on this. So I think I'm going to plan to make these temporary. And then I'll do the same thing with this one over here. And I do this while I'm sitting in my chair. And it's just, it's kind of a make do. What did I do? Did I throw that other strip away? Let me cut me another strip. I don't want to go digging through my trash. And I know you can put Elmer's glue, a line of Elmer's glue or some sort of glue down the line of your tape to keep your images from catching on to the tape like they want to on something like this. And so hopefully, and I noticed it as I use it, sometimes it does it anyway, but I just kind of put that, so I still have tape there. And then I just fold this closed. And I make a little pocket holder out of it. And it doesn't have to be perfect, because I'm not perfect. And then as I fussy cut, I just slip my images into the pocket. Get these little pieces off. And so let's just take a couple pages. I'm not going to sit here and bore you with fussy cutting. Stuff like this, unless I want something. I do save a lot of journal spots, like this says explore. Let me cut out the word explore. And as I empty those other envelopes, I think I'm going to separate my words from my pictures. I'm not going to separate my pictures by color or subject or anything like that. See, I fussy cut whatever I want, and then I just drop it in there. And then I'll throw this away. And it goes pretty fast when you're just sitting there. Now, then I come back to the front cover and tear it off like that. And then when I find full pages that I don't want to cut, I'll kind of use this to stabilize those full pages. Let's take these and put in there, in here. Excuse me. Like that. And then what I'll do, and this is kind of the method I do different things, but I'll take like 5 pages and tear out, not paying attention to what they are, 5 or 6 pages, and then I'll just start pulling them off in little groups of 5 or 6. This magazine's well made, let me tell you. And so I separate my pages, but I separate them in like little groups here. And then when I fussy cut, I'll fussy cut in groups. And I've been on the flyer pages, sometimes it has things that I want to save. So I'll just cut the image. This one is not so much savable, but I mean, sometimes it has a border of pretty flowers and stuff. This one looks like a shelf with a chandelier. And then I'll just put it inside my envelope here. And I'll toss that. I'm not going to fussy cut this whole magazine in front of you guys because that would, I think, I'm just showing you my recliner method. Well, I'm sitting there reclining. And then I get down to the back to where I got this spine left. And I'll just take my scissors and cut it off. It's hard to cut when it's a full magazine, of course. And tear. When it gets down here, it's hard to tear it. And then I'll just put that like that. And then I can get to fussy cutting. So I'll flip them all over to the front again. And then I'll just go through. I'm not going to fussy cut. I'll just go through each page and look at each page. Sort of like Becky does when she does her create a scene in a magazine. You know, you kind of go through and you pick out what you want. Like, see, here's a full page that I might cut that off or cover it. But this is a full color page that I'm not ready to cut up yet. So I'll take, now, as I go through each page, I will have already chosen what I want off of it and cut it and put it in my envelope. So I really don't save these. I'll use this front cover kind of because it's more sturdy. And I'll put the pages that I want to save separate with those. And these will have already been cut up. But I just go through each little section here. Greet and treat. And I'll pick out what I want. Now, look at all those pumpkin faces. They're so cute. I'll cut out things that I want to keep. And the country sampler magazines and also the cottage magazines, a little bit of the farmhouse magazines are all home decor items. So I don't have a lot of people or history. Now my Nebraska Life ones have a lot of history related. So that's kind of what I've been doing lately. See, I've gone through all these magazines here. It seems like a lot to me anyway. So I'm going to take all of these out of here, I think, and put them in a bag. it's okay, temporary, but they get a little, I want to put them all in one bag. So there's that. I have not been in here since the last time I streamed. Let me have a cup of tea, a sip of tea. Mint tea. My last tea bag. Okay. Let me go to top chat and live chat. And let me see what's going on. Becky said, whatever is going on with my throat has seemed to settle at my esophagus. It's a weird feeling, but at least it's not painful. It's just annoying. I think mine, Becky, I don't, you know, when you get a cold, you get a sore throat. I don't think mine is the same thing. It feels like it might be the same thing as Becky, but her symptoms seem a little bit, like she said, has moved down to her esophagus. Of course, I think Becky's has been longer than mine, but I think mine is just the cold because I've been sneezing and coughing a lot too. What did Leah say? Jacqueline says, when is the next podcast? You love the podcast? I'm going to try to do my podcast on Sundays. I might go live early in the Sunday mornings, like at 4:30, but that may not be a constant thing. It's just like when I have something I want to do. When I have something that I want to do, I might go live on a Sunday morning. But other than that, I think I'm going to do podcasts where I'm just talking about something. And I want to make it short, like 15 minutes or less, or 20 minutes or less. And it'll just be me talking. It'll just be me talking, which is, it's not going to be a live stream. Thank you, Jacqueline, for that. I made a list and I thought I would go every Sunday, but if I only do once a week, I almost have enough things to talk about for a half of a year already. And I still have more I want to talk about. So, it'll be something you can listen to. You won't, you know, you can, I'm doing my own pattern for a phone holder. It's kind of going to be adaptable to me for my phones. So I'm kind of doing a little twist on it. I've done I knitted one. Becky, way back when, Becky sent me some green and white yarn. And I don't know if it was a Tunisian crochet hook with that or a knitting needle or just a plain crochet hook. But Becky sent me some Happy Mail and I knitted because I was just learning how to knit. I was just learning how to do the knit and the purl. And do you think I can find that? It's here somewhere. And then when we were doing the Tunisian crochet, when Becky was doing her Tunisian crochet, I also made another phone holder. I can't find that one either. I set them down and then they get stuff piled on top of them and they're gone forever. My desk is crooked. Does that guys annoy you? It annoys me. It's that I don't see on the phone up here what I see on my tablet. Let's zoom in just a little. That may be a little much. We'll leave it there for now and I'll see what's going on. Let's see what else is going on in chat. What did Leah say? Becky said, oh dear Leah. Arlene says, Becky, that sounds nice. I love all the different types of Afghans. Becky said, I also want to go through my yarn stash and the yarn Meri too sent me and pull together a collection of yarns to make an Afghan like Sophia has recently been making. Ooh, I haven't seen that, Becky. It sounds lovely. It sounds lovely. How has your yarn winder been working for you, Becky? Have you been using it? I'm tempted to get me one. I saw one advertised at the Hobby Lobby site. I don't know what I did with my phone here. Let's see if they're still promoting that yarn winder. Let me go out to Hobby Lobby here. Someplace I have stores. Oh, there it is. Hobby Lobby, Hobby Lobby, Hobby Lobby. let me see if I can find it here. And I'm sure it's not a sturdy one because it's not as expensive, but I thought it might do for me. Here it is, right here. A Yarnology one. They're selling this one for, can I zoom in on that? Well, let me take a picture of it. Yeah. See, it looks like this yarn. It's a Yarnology one. Am I holding it up? I'm lagging on my own channel here. Do any of you guys have this yarn winder? Now, let me get it in view. Hold on. There we go. The Yarnology one. And I'm sure that it doesn't wind big hanks of yarn. This looks like you could get a smaller hank of yarn on here, maybe like a 4-ounce one. I don't know, 7 ounce. I'm not sure how much yarn would. But I might just take, I want to get me one. And I might just take my money if I have any. This is April. I want to be buying plants. I have to take my car in next week. That's a $200 expense that I wasn't counting on. Where did it all go to here? Oh, everything fell. Here's the cup. I don't know what happened to my phone. Arr! Where did it run off to? Under my chair. Honestly, I need to put this phone in a safe spot. Let me stand up and put it up here on the rack. All right. Sorry about that. I wanted to put my phone away. Let me refresh chat again. It's cool looking. It's cheaper though. I think it's only $17. And I saw where Bag a Day Crochet was recommending, and she said it was more expensive, but it was a larger one. What I'm worried about that Yarnology one too is it doesn't look like it clamps onto anything. So as you're winding it, you're probably, I don't know, it might have a suction on the bottom I didn't see. Hi, Brenda. Tina says, I don't have toenails or something, and so there's nothing to get infected. Oh, tonsils, not toenails. Oh, I don't have tonsils or adenoids, so there's nothing to get infected and sore. So I knew it wasn't right. The set you gifted me also came with a large spindle. Yeah. I don't know if I need the spindle. I don't have very many hanks of yarn, you know, that twist like what Dee Dee sent you. I don't have most of the yarn that I buy is just like what you can get at Walmart in the rolls, you know what I mean? So I don't know if I need that spindle for myself. I just got the one, Becky. The way I chose that one for you is you had it in your wish list. I went out, and every now and then I'll go out and check Becky's wish list. And also that wax set. I think you had more than one wax set in your wish list on Amazon. I said, well, that's what she picked out at one time. So whatever she chose, I'll send what I want when I want to send Becky a gift or something. So that's how I chose what to send to Becky. Becky said, my tonsils are always large and I have a lot of tonsillitis over the years. I don't have much, I'm sure I've got tonsils. I've never had them taken out or anything. What did Brenda say? Kimberly said, good grief. Oh, good morning, Brenda. Kimberly says good morning, and I say good grief. I'm sorry, you guys. I think I'm still a little this morning. Mitzi, good morning, Mitzi. It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Becky says, Tina, I will be going to my NP, which is nurse practitioner, if this continues much longer. Well, let me tell you guys, my shoulder, I fell a couple weeks ago. Gosh, that was at the 1st of April, and it's already the 21st. I think I fell, I went up to Grand Island. I went to the Goodwill bins. When I came home, I was putting stuff away, and I missed a step on the back staircase. I missed a step. And it's been a couple weeks. And I've been taking a leave. But I learned something about that Aleve that I didn't know. You don't want to take that for very long because it can thin your blood. And to put it bluntly, I had a lot of blood in my urine. And I researched it online, and they say not to, if you're taking Aleve for pain, not to take it more than 10 days. And I'd already taken it 14 days. And it scared me when I first saw that. I thought, oh no, cancer. That was my first thought when I saw that. I mean, it was red. And I was very concerned. And then I started thinking about, well, I also caught this cold or whatever's been bothering me here. So I've been taking some NyQuil, not NyQuil, Dayquil, the capsules. I've been taking, I didn't take a lot. I took maybe 4 of them at different, 2 at a time and different times. And I've been sucking on Hall's cough drops, throat lozenges. And I think those 3 might have interacted with each other. So I quit taking the Aleve right away when I read it. I said, no more of that for me, because, and I'm sure that's what it was. I'm all better now. My urine looks like urine now. It looks like it should now. But if you ever take Aleve for pain or any type of pain medication, be sure you read and I read it, but I just didn't, I read the directions. I know I did, because I had to unfold them on the jar. And it just didn't hit me not to take it more than 10 days in a row. And I'd already taken it 14 days. And so it scared me. I'm going to sneeze. And I was almost ready to make a doctor appointment, but then I researched it. And then I got to reading about, I researched blood and urine as what, and they call it hemerology or something like that. It scared me, and it could be more serious than it is, but I stopped taking it and it's cleared up now. So I'm pretty sure that it was the Aleve, but it thins your blood. It thins your blood. And I'm not a person that takes a lot of medication. I'm just not, but my shoulder hurts so much that, and it still kind of hurts. I don't think I broke my arm. I wouldn't know if I broke it. I think I pulled a muscle, you have muscles in your upper arms. And I think I really pulled it. I might have fractured it. I don't know, but it's getting better. So I'm not going to go to the doctor or anything for that. I think it'll heal up. Warmer days are ahead, Kimberly says. Garlic thins your bread? Gosh. Garlic thins your blood? You guys, I'm liable to say anything this morning. I should probably just quit talking. Becky said she can't type. Well, I can't talk, Becky. I did not know that garlic thins your blood. I don't eat a lot of garlic. Every now and then I'll, like when we have pasta or you know, I'll make a piece of garlic bread where I just toast it and sprinkle garlic on it, dried garlic on it. I like that every now and then, but I don't eat a lot of garlic. I didn't know that, Tina. That's very interesting. I'll watch that out. You know, and this is the first time that's ever happened to me. I generally do not take a lot of medication. So let's see. Brenda came in. Brenda said, my era back when I was 10 was common practice, I think. Kimberly says, good morning, Mitzi. Please tell me all your snow is gone and you have beautiful spring weather. Our daffodils are so pretty. Tina says, this is back where Tina said she didn't have tonsils. Yeah, when we were younger, we had a lot of instances where kids had their tonsils taken out. I never had my tonsils taken out. Mitzi says, good morning, good morning, good morning. Becky says, Tina, I will be going to my nurse practitioner if this. Leah says she needs a yarn winder too. Leah says, I will have to look at Safia's Afghan. Wish you lived closer, Becky. I would love to share my yarn with you. I'll tell you, Becky's area where she lives must have a lot of needle workers, a lot of sewers and people who do, because she's always finding yarn and fabric at the Goodwill. I go up there and I find puzzles and books and clothes. I don't think Goodwill bin shopping is for me. I don't like the fight over it. I don't like all the tumbling and rumbling. You're looking at something and somebody grabs it or grabs something in front of you. That's not my style of shopping. Let's see. Becky says, I'm going to work on dishcloths for a while in a few minutes. I'm just trying to get fully awake. Kimberly says, is anyone crafting this morning? Harvesting. This is where I put in that note. This is where Becky came in and said, good morning. I think I'm kind of caught up with you guys. Let's see what's going on down at the bottom. Arlene says, our local Goodwill got rid of everything except for clothes and accessories. Well, I don't mind the Goodwill stores because, you know, it's a different shopping experience. I went to the bins. I always wanted to go to the bins because I always see Becky talking about the Goodwill bins, and I wanted to see what it was like. So I went. I finally went. It might have been a busy day, and I talked about this before. It really surprised me that it was not the ladies with babies, or it was not. I noticed a lot of older men there, but it was the young men. They looked like they might have been in their early 20s. And they would just come in almost right where you were. And they just throw things around, you know, just like that. And that got to me. I'm going, wait a minute. You just move on. Becky says she just moves on. But that's really not my style of shopping. I got what I wanted there. And what I got was, I only spent $5. I thought I got nice stuff for $5. I mean, you know, I was happy with what I got. But I didn't find any yarn. And as I was checking out, I noticed there was a cart, a grocery cart, and it was full of yarn and threads and that type of thing. It was just packed full. And I asked the lady at the counter, I said, does that belong to somebody? Is that somebody's cart? And she said, yes. So somebody got there, and I got there right at 10 o'clock when they opened. Somebody went there, got a little early shopping done, and they got it all. So I would rather just go to the store, and the Goodwill store. But the bins, you have to make, here in Nebraska, you have to make a trip to the bins. You have to make a special trip. So if I go, I might go again, but it won't be a constant thing. Kimberly says, lovely, Jacqueline. What did Jacqueline say? Jacqueline says, I'm at work in the warehouse, so I'm not crafting. Oh, okay. Becky said, our bins were mostly closed the last couple of times. Yeah. Well, even, you know, I could get clothes and just cut them up into fabric pieces, wash them. You always want to wash, even when I bring stuff home from that Catholic thrift store. I like that Catholic thrift store because they're so clean. I don't think they wash their clothes either. Thrift stores and Goodwill stores, they don't wash their clothes. They don't have a washing machine. And so they'll just, you know, kind of hang them up, air them out and hang them up. But, you know, even at that Catholic store, when I bring home a lot of tops, a lot of blouses from that I wear around the house here. And, you want to wash everything you bring home. And Becky washes her fabric. She'll serge her fabric so it doesn't fray. I don't serge my fabric, but I don't buy that. I don't find that much. Oh, I do find fabric, but I usually get it at that Catholic store, and it's all. Becky hates the tape. I noticed that where when I buy fabric, it's all taped up. Becky was going, I wish they wouldn't tape up this fabric. I don't blame you, Becky. It leaves a sticky residue. Brenda said she was gifted some hand-dyed raw silk yarn that a friend had spun in a class she did. She was happy with the color, but not the texture. She offered them to me, so I accepted 3 small balls. Oh, that's cool. I was asking Lisa. Lisa had purchased a small spinner, a tabletop spinner that she can attach to her table. And I think it's an electric one. I'm pretty sure that it's electric. And she'll just sit there and she drafts her yarn, however, you know, and just spins it right at the table. I might look into that. It's just on my radar because I don't think a floor model spinner, I don't know where I would put one, to tell you the truth. That tabletop one looks interesting, but I was asking Lisa if you could spin a thread, like a crochet thread like this, and she said it would be difficult. She said unless it was silk, she said cotton is really hard to spin. Cotton's hard to spin. But then I asked her, I said, well, how about a sock yarn? Which is what that, wait, I don't have any here. Do I? Oh, maybe this. This is more of a heavier weight yarn, a sock yarn, but it's still kind of thin, and I'm sure it's not cotton. I don't know. This is still pretty thin. This is like a DMC 8. This is a 5 here. There's a difference. So, what else is going on out there? Arlene says she needs coffee. Becky said, we have a couple of guys that do a lot of reselling, and there are a lot of people doing book sales online. They sit and scan the books to find for resale. Yeah, and I imagine that's what those guys were doing when they were just, I mean, they really weren't looking. They were just, they were probably looking, but they were just pushing things all around. They weren't, I don't know, they annoyed me. I just moved away from them. You know, yeah, so much for that. Leah said, I finished my tassel for the swap. Mine is in the other room. I still want to put some beads on it. I need to get it out. Good for you, Leah. I think Sharon and Tina have a Tammy, not Tina, got Tina on the brain. Tammy and Sharon, I think they've swapped. Brenda and I are swapping, and Leah, who are you swapping with? I'd have to go look. I can't. Who are you swapping with, Leah? Leah says, I love the serging idea, Becky. Yeah, when Becky gets her fabric ready to wash, she'll serge the edges so it doesn't. Oh, Kathy. Okay. Well, I watched Dee Dee Wednesday, and Dee Dee was making wax seals, and I want to try her method here. I was hoping Becky would do it yesterday because Becky said she wants to try it too. That's the butterfly. That's the peacock. Let's try it with the bee because I think that's what Dee Dee used. And she was sharing a couple of Instagram. I think it was Strictly Leah and Be For Good, something like that on Instagram, who do wax seals. And what they did is they put wax in here, and then they put some wax on here, and then they scraped off the top. Strictly Rita. Yeah, Strictly Rita. Thank you, Becky. And I thought I would give that a little try this morning. I got some white here. Let's try it with the white and the red. I'll have a red bee. I don't want to dig out in. This just happens to be what I have out. I have some red seals here. And I ordered me a little spoon warmer. I noticed that Beth Schuler does wax seals too. And I was watching her use her spoon warmer. Now I might heat this still with the heat gun. I like to use the heat gun to melt my wax. I don't like the candles. I'm not safe with candles on my desk. I'm getting these little seals out here. So I use the heat gun to melt my wax, but it doesn't get clear down to the bottom. So I was thinking that if I heat my wax in my little spoon, wherever that went off to. Uh-oh, I might have to dig out another spoon. Uh-oh. Let me get a spoon. I got the seals out here. I had a spoon out, but things get shoved around on my desk. I don't see my spoon here. I might have pushed it in that pile of stuff. I think I got a spoon over here. Oh, it's heavy. Here's a spoon. I got to clean. I just haven't felt like getting in here. So this has wax in it. Let me clean that out. And I noticed Dee Dee cleans her spoons the way I do. You just heat up your wax here. You heat this up, and then you can just take a towel and wipe out your spoon. But if I continue to use my heat gun, I can melt my wax, and then I can rest it on the spoon warmer, and it will continue to keep my wax soft. Excuse me. So let's clean my spoon first, and I probably should put some parchment paper out just for safety's sake. I was going to buy some parchment paper the other day at Dollar General, and I put it back on the shelf because I said I could get it at Dollar Tree for less. Probably less of it there, but all right. Let's just put it like that. And let me get my heat gun. And I'm not going to sit here and do seals all morning. I just want to try this, what Dee Dee was showing. I'm going to clean out my spoon here first. And I bought something else besides the spoon warmer. I can't remember what I got. It'll be coming here pretty soon. And this spoon does have a wooden handle, so I'm okay with that. And let's see if I can't just clean that out, because I'm going to put white in there. You don't want to touch the metal. I got a little red in there. Yeah, hold on. Let's melt that red. What I really need is another spoon. Let's see if I can find another one, because I want to do more than one here. Clean this spoon out good. I got most of it out. This is a pretty deep spoon. I'll wipe off the bottom. Okay, let's throw that away. Get out another towel. And I'm going to see if I can't find me another spoon. Hold on, because I want... Hold the phone. Oh, my heat gun. It's in the way. I got to turn my chair around and see if I can't find me another spoon. Oh... Well, I don't know. I sent spoons off to Arlene, and I just kept a couple. I'll find my spoons here. I'm not finding them. Growl. I know I kept more than one. I'm just not finding them. There we go. I found one. Let's clean that one too. You guys, I'm moving slow this morning. I have to warn you, I'm not quite up to par. I'm not quite up to par this morning. Let me get my towels out here. Get a couple out. Now keep those close by. I'm not quite up to par yet. All right. So if you have patience, I'm going to clean this one out too. Oh, and of course I must have unplugged it. And I did. I'm constantly pulling this plug out of the plug-in. All right. Let's clean another spoon. This one's not as large. Looks like it might have been paraffin in there. All right, so I got 2 clean spoons. I might need this towel again. So I'm going to make my base white. I'm going to put it in here, this little jewelry thing, the little round one. This is a jewelry mold, silicone jewelry mold. I got it at Hobby Lobby. They had them for half price. Now, that's what Dee Dee was using too. And hers was larger though. She got one twice the size of this. But what I like about these, not only are there different shapes, they got this little piece here, little piece that pokes through that it forms a little hole in your wax seal or your jewelry. It makes it like a bead where you can hang it. And I really like these little jewelry molds. I think Crayspire sells jewelry molds. They sell soap molds, but I think they sell jewelry molds too. I might see what I can find. I don't do a lot of resin jewelry, but it's on my radar. It's on my radar. So I'm going to make the larger base white, and I'm going to put some red. I'm going to have a red bee, I think. And I need a palette knife. Let's wipe off the, I'll clean my palette knife here. Looks like I might have had wax on it. Or paint or something. Now I can throw that towel away. So I'm going to have a white base for the circle here. And we're going to make my bee red. And here's the bee here. And he'll just fit in there. I have to make sure I have him right side up. I should mark this. I think I did it one time, but it wipes off. The head of the bee is here. Let me get a pen. The head of the bee is there. Right there. So that when I put this in, I'll put it like that, and it should be. These do not fit these exactly. These were made for jewelry, so I have to kind of squeeze them in there, but they'll go in. Okay, let's melt some white first. And I might have to, even after I put my white in there, by the time I get this done, I'll probably have to reheat this a little. Let's put 6 of them in there. This is the larger one. And put them in there one at a time. Oh, I guess I have 7. And I've never done this, so we'll see. We'll see how it works for me. And this, like I said, I haven't done this before, so it's a learning curve for me too. So I'm just going to heat a few of these at a time so that they don't clump down at the bottom as bad. Get these others out of the way. Also melt on my paper. I'm a right-handed person, but that's the shoulder that I hurt. And this is a larger, so I might need more. What did I do with my... I haven't even half filled that. Let's get some more out. Now, I think Dee Dee saw this as Strictly Rita on Instagram. And she gave another one, I think it's 4 Be Goods or Be Goods 4 or something like that on Instagram. See, these little pieces want to soak down to the bottom, so I'm putting them in a couple at a time to melt them. Let's just go ahead and put the last 3 in there. This is a larger spoon. All right, I'm not sure those are all melted, but let's go ahead and pour them in my mold. And I can melt it more in my mold if I want. Oh, that went pretty good. Now, I'll probably have to reheat this because I'm kind of slow because I'm new at this. So this one, I'm going to melt red. And I'm only going to put 3 in there for now. And that's probably all I'll need for this. My hand's a little shaky this morning. And then they take this red and they pour it right on the stamp here. And my hand's shaky. Ah, come on. Stop shaking, hand. Ah. Sorry about the shakes. All right, that's plenty. And then they scrape it off even. And I can see I'm going to have an issue with this. So I'm going to melt this some more on the stamp head, if I can. I guess you have to be younger to do this. My hand shakes. And you clean off your head. Wow. There we go. Whoops, I pulled it right out. I pulled it right out. Well, I got a little bit of an imprint of a bee on there. That wasn't what I wanted. Huh. Well, let's try it again. Let me move this out of my way. Have you tried this, Becky? I know Dee Dee didn't do hers perfectly either. When you're first learning this, the gal that does it makes it look so easy. Now, she makes it look so easy. I might have had too much wax on there. I don't know if I can remelt this on here or not. But my hand's shaky this morning. My hand is shaky. Let's see if I can remelt this. You don't want to touch it. That's metal. You want to hold it by the handle. Let's put some more over here. I don't know if I'll be able to do this or not. We'll see. So, can't get it in the groove where I want it. Now, let's see if I can remelt this. And then they scraped it off like that. Like that. And now I'm going to have to remelt this. She made it look a lot easier than, I'm new at this. I'm new. I've never done this technique before. And let's kind of hit this with some heat. This cleaned off. All right, let's see what I can do here. Well, I don't know if it's going to work for me or not. I got a lot more white wax in there than my seal is sinking in there. And look, it's coming out. The red is coming out the bottom. Oh, I don't think that's, I think I got too much white. Oh, this isn't working. I got too much in there. Look at that mess. I got too much white in there. Boy, and it's gooey. Huh. Well, I think I'm doing a worse job than Dee Dee did. Hold on. I have another palette knife at hand. I need something else to scrape with. Oh, I had wax on that. So I guess the trick is not to fill this completely, because my seal just sunk right down in there. Now I got this to clean up. Got a mess. I got a mess, you guys. Boy, that really sunk in there too. Now, I've got to clean this out. Yeah. Paper floats around on me. I'll remelt all of this. This will be, nothing goes to waste in here. But I want to clean out my seal here if I can. I don't know. We will see. Let's just do a I'm going to melt this right on here and put my seal in there, and hopefully it'll clean out what's in there. Mary's just playing. Ignore my experimenting. Whoops, and it blows around. Yeah. This is not a part of what Rita did. This is me trying to get my seal back in shape here. Well, I'm just going to put it in there and hopefully it'll clean out what's in there. All right. And this I think I had too much. These are pretty deep. These are pretty deep. And my my seal just sunk way down in there. I had it filled to the top. So you don't want to fill these jewelry molds clear to the top. And then I reheated it, so that made it just sink right in. I'm just going to leave what's in there. Mary's just playing. Oh, and my chat went away. Let me refresh chat here. Top chat, live chat. Brenda says, Becky, how do you like that Roby glue gun? I looked at it several times. We have a Roby flashlight for farm and tools and my son gave us. I've been happy with them and thinking of to add the glue gun. Becky said I would just put it in a puddle. That's what I did. I put it in a puddle. She got bacon. Oh, look, here comes, look out, here comes Dagwood. Hi, Joyce. Becky says she likes her. She says she loves her Roby glue gun, but just an FYI, it gets really hot. Hi, Joyce. Good morning. Joyce brings the joy. Mary, watch some of Rita's reels later. She does some beautiful seals. I looked at a couple of them. I will watch. I haven't watched them all. I just watched her do one or two of that technique where she melts it, but I haven't been able to do that successfully yet. I see that Rita does cut her shapes out a lot. Well, good, because I've been cutting, and this is a cleaner one. Let me get another towel here. I've been cutting my seals too, because I get XX wax. I'm still learning how to put the right amount of wax. Like I had way too much in there. Let me get one for my nose. I put it separate. I put it up over this way. Okay. Leah says it's a work in progress. Bo teases me about my change jars and tins, Brenda says. I'm glad I'm not still saving change. There's one in the laundry room, one in the kitchen, and one in the bedroom. Aw. Don't be eyeing my frog, Arlene says. Becky says, I think the molds that are deeper would work better for the scrape-off technique. Well, what happens, though, is when you have that hot wax in there and your seal is heavy, my seal just sank down inside of it and the wax came up over the edge of my seal. So if you fill this clear full, like right now it's hard, just heat it up a little. Don't heat it up so that it's all pliable. Just kind of heat the first top layer off enough to put your wax on there, your seal on there, because seal is brass and it just sank right down in. It just sank right down inside of it. Well, I'm still going to try to use that. Becky said, I found it easier to cut the shape out of the seal and setting it back in the mold and then pressing it in a puddle. Cut the shape out of a seal and setting it back in the mold and then pressing it in a puddle. I have to think about that one. I found it easier to cut the shape out of a seal and setting it back in the mold and then pressing it in a puddle. You mean take it out? Look. Well, I'm going to leave that. Let's see what, I want to see if it cleaned my bee out here. And it did. It cleaned out my bee. And I've got sort of a bee on there if I take my silver. I think I ordered some more of this. That's what I was after. Some that with the spoon warmer. I couldn't remember what else I ordered. I ordered some more, not Rub and Buff. Dee Dee uses Rub and Buff. I forget what I ordered, but it's like a wax. Now you're not going to see this too well because it's silver on white, but yeah, I got a puddle of it there. I don't know if I can get that off now. Get out of there. Well, we'll just silver it. This was the puddle that I remelted. He's got a gunk of it there. He's not perfect. I'll use him in an art journal someplace. All right, let's try this again now that my bee is clean. And I don't think I need as much wax on here because I had a goop of it on there. I just need enough to fill the bee. We're just going to put one more in there. Give this a little heat. Part of the problem is my hands are shaky. My left hand is shaky. You don't need a lot of wax on it. And even that was too much. And I don't know how she does that because it gets hard pretty fast. I may not be able to do this simply because my hand shakes. Yeah. Let's see if I can't fill that in a little bit more there. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just playing. Well, I got him pretty good. There, that's pretty good. One little wing here. She made it look really easy. I bet she's been doing it for a while, so she's got it down. I'm still figuring it out. All right. So let's give this a little heat. And let's give this a heat. And let's see what happens. I had way too much wax in there at first. And I don't know what happened to my other mold sheet. It's here someplace. Way down at the bottom of everything. I need to clean this card off again. I keep stacking stuff up over here. And it piles up on me. That's just my waste pile there. Yeah, I broke my seal there. If I can fix that or not. Cracked it there. I get too impatient. I'll just leave it there for a minute. All right, I get too impatient with this stuff. I can see I'm gonna have a lot of practice. Let's do one that's not in the mold. That might have had a lot to do with it. We'll try this and then we'll just try one. I think that's what Becky meant. Make it and then puddle it up, put it in the mold. We'll see. We'll see. Let's heat some white. Let's just do one right on the table. I'll just use 4. And a couple more in here. I don't think I need much more in there. Needle. It's get hard to see over here in the corner. It's dark. It's dark over there in the corner. Alrighty. All right, let's see what I have. I gotta get it off. Yeah, it's a mess. It's a mess. It didn't work at all. Let's try it just on the table itself. It didn't even come out. I can see I'm going to have a learning curve on this one. I don't know. She made it look easy. Dee Dee did it pretty good. But I don't know. My bee might be. I thought I had it cleaned out. Let's just melt this again. And stick this bee in there like it is. And that'll clean this out. Get these spoons out of the way. We'll just put this underneath. So it won't blow. I'm just going to melt this in a puddle, Becky says. I just melted in a puddle. Yeah. And then this has wax in it. I just want to clean it out a little. I think just by putting it in there. Let's go look at chat. Hold on. Refresh chat. Becky said she'd be back in a minute. Joyce is here. Thank you, Leah. She says, don't forget, give Meri a thumbs up. And I appreciate the thumbs up, the thumbs up, the thanks up. I appreciate the thumbs up, and I'm sure that when you go to other art streams, like when you go to Becky's and Lisa and Tanya and Beth's and Dee Dee's, most everybody is good about leaving thumbs up. But another thing you can do that really helps the streams is after the stream is over, go back and leave a comment. You know, just say, I enjoyed watching, or I understand your learning curve. Just say something. That always helps. It helps the algorithm to pick up if there's any interest in the stream. Beth said you could cut that bee out and set it back in the mold and then press it into a new color. You could cut that bee out and set it back in the mold and then press it into a new color. Oh, so kind of two molds in one. Cut the bee out of the mold, out of the wax seal that you made, trim it out, and then put it inside of another wax mold. Oh, that's interesting. There's a lot of things you can do. That's interesting, Becky. Thank you for sharing that. I might try that. Joyce is here. Arlene is here. Arlene said she'd be back in a minute. Let's see. Oh, Becky's got results on Instagram. Let me go look at Becky's Instagram. Firefox, just once. Da-da-dum, da-da-dum. It's not going to go. Oh, yeah, there it goes. My older tablet, it takes a while to find things. Battery power is at 15%. Oops. That's why. Let's look at Instagram. I might have to get out my other phone. I'm only at 15% on this. I pulled the plug out when I was... Oh, it's trying to find it, Becky. I have better luck on my... Oh, that's her Roby on Instagram. Oh, she's got a little reel. I'll come back and look at that later, Becky. Let me get out of this. And come back into chat. I'll look at your link on Instagram later. Let's see. Get back on the track here. Live chat. I'll have to try that, Becky. Let's see. Brenda says, Becky, how do you like the Roby? I'm probably mispronouncing that. Okay, I think I'm caught up with chat. Stephanie. Hi, Stephanie. You hope I'm doing better? Well, I'm doing a little better. I still got it, though. All right, let's see. This was scrap wax. But I think just by setting this down in here. Oh, look. It did clean off the bee pretty good there. It was just scrap wax that was down in there. Oh, that's interesting. That's probably how she discovered this technique. All right, let's try that. Let's try just doing the wax on here, melting these, and let's try it again here. And Becky says she just cuts. Becky suggested cutting out the bee. That'd be kind of hard with a bee. Probably be easier with a flower, but cutting it out and then just setting it back down into hot wax. I'm not ready for that yet. I'm still. Let me get caught up with myself. Good morning, Stephanie. Stephanie and I have been playing Scrabble. Let me tell you, she's a little challenge. She's a challenge. That's Stephanie. You're here, Amina? Thank you, guys. And there's Posh. Good morning, Posh. Okay. See if I can't heat these both up at the same time. I think I'm going to need a couple more white. I put like 7 or 8 in that other bundle, and it was quite a bit. I got a shaky left hand. I'm getting old. So it's a little hard for me to handle this stuff if I have to do it with my left hand. I'm not a left-handed person anyway. I've got me a little watching Beth Schuler, and she's got a spoon warmer. After you melt your wax, you can put it on that warmer and it keeps it melted. All right, let's pour the white out. Just pour it into a puddle here. And that's probably enough. Let's see if I can't make a more round puddle. And then take my red, and this is where my hand gets shaky. And let's see if I can do it this way. We just want it in the bee. In the bee. And then she scrapes it off. And that's it. It gets hard really fast. It gets hard pretty fast. I don't think I have it entirely in the B yet. I can't get some down in there. Yeah, I've pulled it out of it. Yeah, hold on. This is the hard part, I think, is filling this B. And then she, of course, I got wax on my spoon, on my palette knife. She scrapes that off even. That's pretty good. Now let's just put this, let me kind of give this a reheat. I got a little. I think this one's going to turn out better. I got wax over here I want off. Let's do it one more time here. And I don't care what way it is here. I'm just going to put this right down in there. Whoa! That's until you get to learning this, until you get to learning the technique, it's a bit of a challenge. This one didn't do so bad, though. It got some white up in there. Not too bad. This was my scrap wax. Nina says, good morning, Malia. Hi, Malia. Good morning. I am using wax melts from Crayspire, little wax seal, little wax melts like this. These come from Crayspire. They're not selling wax anymore. I need to do another video. I owe them a video. I'm doing a collaboration with them. I did their introductory where if you go to crayspire.com, it's CRASPIRE. And if you order off of their site, you'll have to look at one of my older videos for them. I did it a couple weeks ago, but you can get 10% off if you use my code. I think it's TheMeriAtelier, all one word, TheMeriSPIRE. If you use 10, TheMeriAtelier 10, you can get 10% off of your order if you order from their website. I do not think that applies to Amazon. They're kind of two different deals, the way I understand it. I would just order off of theirs. The thing to remember is they are coming from China, but I will say that they got to me a lot faster than I expected. My order only took a couple weeks, where I was thinking a couple months. But if you go to their site, go to their product list and look for their 99-cent sales. They have a whole bunch of stuff on sale for 99 cents. There's other stuff on sale too, but they've got a whole bunch of 99-cent stamps and dies and stamp handles. This stamp handle, this wooden stamp handle, this ebony black one, it only cost me 99 cents. I got 3 of them. I would recommend those, but even their stamp heads, I use their stamp heads. This is the peacock one, and it, so you can interchange them. They are reasonable price. They're very reasonable price. Depending on what they are, their newer ones may cost a little bit more, but you can also design your own. And they have a place where you can put your design in, and they'll work up a mock one, and then you can approve it or make any changes. I want to redesign my logo into a brass stamp head. I just haven't gotten it done yet. But I do recommend Crayspire. They quit selling their waxes on sale. I mean online, because they said they're having a hard time shipping them to the United States. And I'm sure that's political. I blame it on politics, which I think is sad. I think that's very sad that politics have to get in the way of our art. I like their waxes a lot. I've had more success with their waxes than I had with just plain beeswax and paraffin and candle wax. I like their wax. It's just the right formula. It dries smooth and clear. Crayons, you can use crayons, but I find that crayon has an oil in them that kind of separates and gets gooey, and they're kind of brittle. I think I did a crayon one and it fell apart on me. Yes, you can design your own. You can design your own stamp head, and they'll make it. And before they'll do the design, and they'll show you what they're going to mold into the brass head, and you approve the design before they actually make it. So if you want to make any changes, say, oh, I wanted that round instead of square, I wanted it square instead of round, or please get rid of, you can make a change before they actually mold the seal for you. So I did that once for my old logo, but my design wasn't that great. I want to do another one. And it was my design. It was not their work. I went ahead and approved it. And it was my old logo. Melia's here. Brenda says, back from getting Bo out the door. I'll keep the glue gun getting really hot in mine, Becky. It will probably be good when we're gluing cardboard scenes together for the book fair. That sounds interesting, Brenda. All right, let's see how this did. If I can get it out. Let me hold it up. Let me stand up. Oh, I got to put this heat gun off of my lap. Let me stand up and show it to you close up. Did pretty good. I could have cleaned that seal off a little bit more because it's got some red in the background, but that's pretty cool, isn't it? Now, Becky was saying you can cut your shape out, make your mold, and then cut out your shape and then put it into another, if I understood Becky right. So I think when I was trying to put it in this jewelry mode, I like the jewelry mode, but I got way too much wax in there. Look, there's still wax in here. I put way too much wax in there. I'll have to clean all that out. So that was an experiment. I don't want to spend all morning on this, but let's do another one. Let's try it with, well, that's the peacock. That's pretty detailed. I don't know, the steampunk. I don't know how that will work. I think And this is the star one. That one's pretty detailed too. The bee one is simple. It's just the, it's the shape of the bee. And this is a butterfly. Yeah, I think for my purposes, I need a more simple one. Let's try it with the steampunk. And let's do red, white on red. Whoops, I got some thread going here. Hold on. Sewing thread. We're going to just melt red on here and pour it on there. And then I'm going to do my steampunk in white because that's what I have out. I could do it in green. I could mix green in there. No, let's just do it in white. We're going to red and white steampunk, white on red, a red base. And so I'll have to practice this. This is my best one. And it's got some red in the background there. I kind of like this one. I have some more stamp heads that I want to, I'm just going to use all, no, I don't think I'll use all of this. That's too much. That's too much. There's a game on Price is Right. You guess the price of the car. And they give you, they start low and then you work up. And then when you think it's too much for the car, you say, that's too much. I don't need a whole lot for the white. Yeah, you can't get Crayspire online anymore. Well, you might be able to, a couple shops might still have it. Just what they haven't sold yet. But I think there's other wax online, but I'm working on collabing with Crayspire, so I don't want to talk about them too much while I'm doing my collab. And I got some other things from Crayspire that I want to show. I got some stencils, I got some stamps, I got some die cuts, I got those glass pins. Glass nib pins. I haven't been feeling good, so I haven't been doing too much, but I owe them another video. I'm going to do a couple more. I've done 2 for them. And then I collabed with Crayspire a couple years ago too, when I was just learning about wax seals. I'm still kind of learning, but it's a learning curve. All right, we're just gonna melt it 2 at a time here. I don't know if that steampunk one is gonna work so well because it's a square and it's fairly, we'll see. And I bought a spoon warmer and some more. It's not rub and buff, but it's a wax that it's a wax like this. I'm finding that there's a formula for that too. And I think you can use metallic pins. Maybe that's what I ordered. They're called wax pins that you can put on. They made them specifically to draw on wax. I can't wait to get those. Those need to be played with a little more. Okay, so we're going to pour out the red first, and I'm just going to pour it right on this mess. If I can pick it up. And we're just going to pour it right on top of this. Maybe it'll melt that. And I'll give it a little heat after I pour it here. I'm working on getting a good shape. I think what I'll do is draw me a circle. All right. Let's give that a little heat to melt the stuff that didn't get melted. All right, we're just going to let that set for a minute. And I don't know how this steampunk one is going to work because it's got a lot of grooves and everything in it, but we'll see. And I'm just going to pour it in here. I'm not sure how this one's going to work. That's more than enough. And then you take your palette knife and wipe it off. Oh. It dries pretty fast here. See, it's already dry on my palette knife. The thin stuff dries fast. Let's see if I can't get some more off. I might not get the entire steampunk on there. We'll see what happens. Spread it out a little bit more. Oh, pretty good. And you have to excuse my, well, you don't have to, but excuse my shaky hands. I'm going to put this in here. I don't know how this is going to work because it's an intricate design. Well, we'll check it out and see what happens here. I don't think it's going to come out as nice as this one did. This one came out fairly nice. It's a learning curve. It's a learning curve. And I think that's all I'm going to play with today. I'll do a couple, I'll use my extra wax here and make a little seal. Here. Let's just dump it in here. The spoon warmer is going to be good. I'll probably have to get me more than, well, they're electric though. I think you can get battery ones too. I'm not sure. But I don't have that much. I just have my 2-prong extension cord here. We're gonna make a scrap one here. I got almost all of it out there. Not all quite, but let's reheat this. Come on, just a little left in there. It's trying to come out. All right, let's just take a... Now that's the peacock. Where's my other bee? Oh, my bee is here. Let's just put the bee in there. This is just a scrap one. And I don't know if I'm going to get any more out of there. Maybe I could scrape it out. It doesn't want to pour out, that's for sure. Scrape it off of the bottom here. And you can clean these. I mean, I'm just getting the excess wax off of it. You just take and heat them up and wipe them out with a towel, but it doesn't want to pour out very well on these. I just don't want to waste what's in there. What's in here? This one's still hot. My heat gun's hot. It's on my leg. It's getting warm. Now, I didn't save much, but that's just what was down at the bottom of my spoons. I'm going to clean out my spoons too. Do I have one I can remelt? Should I remelt this guy? Let's trim a little off of him. I'll just use them in my art. The thing with using these in your art, you had them to put them in a place where you're sure they won't get hot or they'll melt and stick to your other pages, and you can have a catastrophe. This is not so good trimming here. I think I'll just cut him up. He was a trial one anyway. That was my first one. All right, we're going to melt this if I can. In a puddle. Sometimes they blow away on me. Let's put them in here. Let's melt them in here. Maybe they won't blow so much in there. They're tough. You can't hardly tear that. You have to cut it. Ouch. Heat gun's hot. I got it in my lap. I just want to melt it in here. It'll probably still blow some. Probably blow a lot. This is just scrap. I don't want to, it's what I scraped out of my spoons. Cut up that other seal. Oh, where's my palette knife? What'd I do with it? In my lap. Mary's just playing. Don't take me as a tutorial, because I'm learning. This is just scrap I don't want to waste. All right. And let's take the, now, what do I want to put in there? The star one in there. Yeah, see, that's heavy and it sinks right down in there. It sinks right down in. Pushed all the wax out. All right, this is the other scrap one that we put the bee in. And I'll have to, looks like I got, let's put some silver on that bee so you can see it. That turned out pretty good. Pretty good. For scrap one. All right, we'll put that one there. Now let's see what the steampunk one did. I don't know. That was a trial because it's a square and it's pretty detailed. So I'm not sure how it's going to turn out. Oh, well, it tore it at the end here, but it did pretty good. Let me stand up and show it to you. It tore a hole in the one end. I didn't have enough wax there, but I like it anyway. It turned out pretty good. It tore a hole there. Shoot. I wish it wouldn't have tore that hole. So I think that's all I'm going to do. I'm pretty happy with this one. I think this was my best one here. I think that was my best one. That's the technique. It takes a learning, it's a learning curve, but I like that. We'll have to do more of it when I do a whole session on wax seals. I'm ready to move on. Let's clean my spoons. Let's check this guy. Yeah, if he wouldn't have soaked down in there. These get pretty, you can't put too much wax in these silicone molds because they'll bubble out on the edge. Your seal will sink down in them. I got way too much wax here. I'm going to cut off the excess. Let's put some wax seal on that. With these multicolored ones, it's hard to see the shape of them. It did make me a nice shape in there. Let's cut it off. Cut off all this excess that's coming off anyway there. Yeah. So the trick on the jewelry modes is not to put so much wax in them. You don't need a whole lot of wax for the seals. And I would think, well, if you're making jewelry, you might want it a little bit thicker. But for wax, you really don't need a lot. And I'm still learning on that part too. Not too bad. Let me hold it up. Not too bad. That was just a scrap one. I kind of like the steampunk one if I wouldn't have broken it there. Let's cut it out. I just don't want to waste all this wax. I'll use them in my art. That's pretty good like that. Now that was wax on wax. That's wax, white wax. That's not a rub-on. I'm going to save that one. And we're going to melt this again. And we're going to clean out my spoons. Yeah, let's just melt it on here. I'll do one more because I don't want to waste this. I'm afraid it's going to blow. Where's my palette knife? I want it more in a puddle. This is just scrap. I just don't want to waste my scraps. Quite a bit of wax there, isn't there? We'll put the steampunk one in there. If I can find it. This will be my last one. I want to move on. Let's clean out my spoons. I like how, though, if you have wax stuck in your design, if you just melt some wax and put it in there, it'll pull the wax out of the grooves of your stamp. I like that. It cleans the stamps. Whoops. Put it over here. So I got one that's sort of good and one good one and a couple of trials there. So that technique is a little bit of a learning curve. But if you do wax seals a lot, and Becky said to go back and watch Strictly Rita, watch a lot more of her reels. I haven't had a chance to watch a whole lot of them. So on the inside, I haven't had a chance to watch a lot. I've been under the weather a little here. Been under the weather. Get this wax off my... You don't want to touch this metal while it's still hot, but I'm just kind of melting the wax off of it. And then you take a towel and wipe it off. And let's clean out the spoons. Dee Dee was making some really cute ones where she'd put the little flowers in the bottom. She'd make dome-shaped ones. She'd put flowers in the bottom, and then she'd cover the flowers with wax. It came out really looking nice. Oh, that's fairly clean. Not perfect, but better. And let's do this one. Sometimes I leave the wax in there, like this has got a fair amount of wax down at the bottom, and I'll just use it on the next one that I do, but I'm going to clean these spoons out so they'll be good for the next session. Be careful touching the metal, you know, make a pad out of your paper here so that you're not... There we go. That's pretty good. I need to put the... Ouch! Ouch! That was hot! All right, let's see what's here. Yeah, see, I got this too close to the heat gun and I reheated that, but I think it's okay. This needs to cool a lot. I got the heat gun too close to it. I'm just going to throw that away. I'm not going to try to make another seal. This needs to cool off a little. I got my heat gun when I was working with that other. I got my heat gun too close to this, and it'll remelt it. I don't know. That's quite a bit to throw away. I got a little scrap. I wonder if I can find that. I got a little scrap bag. And I'm just trimming off the edges. Not everybody likes to trim the edges, but I'm just using them in my art anyway. That's quite a bit to toss. Let's see if I can find my little bag without too much trouble. And I want to welcome you all in. Thanks for joining me on a Friday morning. I'm going to move on here in a minute. Let me see if I can find my little scrap bag of little wax scraps that I'm saving. Here it is. I found it without too much trouble. I do have some crystal clear glue, but I'm not going to do the glue gun stuff this morning. I'm ready to move on to something else. I'm ready to move on. I had a learning curve on this other, but look, I got this bag too close to the heat gun too. It still opens and closes though. This is all scrap wax that I just refuse to throw all this away. Look at how much is in there. And I just keep saving it. I'm a frugal crafter. I'm starting to pile up. That's a nice little bag of scrap wax. And when you pay, something like this will cost you about $13. It's going up too. It might be even more than $13. I think I paid about $13 for this, but they last a long time. They last a long time. Well, unless you do wax seals every day, you're probably using them up pretty fast. These other ones were a little cheaper that come in a bag like this. I can't remember what they were, $7 or $8. And it was full. I've been using out of here. Let me put these back in. Did I get them all? It's hard to see because they're red on red over here. I have to kind of feel. A couple hiding from me here. I think I got them all. I'll probably find them after the fact. That's scrap. Magazine. All right. Let me close this up again if I can. Okay, so I'm not going to put these away just yet. I'll just keep knocking them down on my tabletop. So we did, let me hold them up here, throw this away. I need to clean. We did, I'll hold them up, my session this morning. Did I do this one this morning? I think I did. This was a cleaning out one. Let me hold them up here. So this was my most successful of the technique where you combine two colors. That was my most successful one. I'm pretty proud of that. This one's not bad, but I had to put wax because it's a variegated wax in there. I had to put like a rub and buff, a wax over it to make the bee show up. That one's not bad. Same thing here. This was scrap wax, and I put wax over it to make the bee show up. This was a scrap wax. Still got the silver on it too. Tells me I'm live. This was the steampunk one. And this is steampunk with no wax on it. This was just a scrap wax that I put my stamp into to clean it off. This one is the red bottom, like that, a little bit of white on it, and then white wax on top that I molded the two That's white wax. That's not a wax coating on it. That turned out better than I thought. I kind of chipped off the corner there. So that was my trial for this morning. We're just going to put these over here on the corner. And my spoons, I think I'm going to put my spoons back in the, well, let's put all of these back in my box because they're falling. Here's my little gold rabbit. My foiled rabbit that I did a la Tim Holtz. Only I got this little rabbit at a thrift store. It's a little ceramic rabbit. But he foils rabbits. So I had to do a thrift store rabbit, foiled him. And I'm going to put all this stuff back in my wax box here. I got a box that I've been putting all my wax stuff in. And it's getting full. And let me put this wax over here in there. And what did I do with the silver? Well, I'm not going to hunt for it. Oh, I already put it in. All right, and the red. And the scrap. All right. I'm going to move on. Let's throw my parchment paper away. Scissors. This goes in the box. What's this? These are needles. And paintbrush goes up there. A pen and palette knife. We'll put that in the box, and I'm ready to move on, Meri. We're ready to move on. Let's come out and look at chat first. I've been chattering and not watching you guys. Let me come out here just a minute. I got a bit of a cold, so bear with me. Let me refresh chat. Here, we'll put the rabbit out there. Let me refresh my chat and come out and see what's happening. Mina says, I look at that golden rabbit and think chocolate. Yeah. Tim Holtz. This is a la Tim Holtz. Only this is not a Tim Holtz rabbit. You can order little resin rabbits from Tim Holtz. They had them on sale. I don't know, on sale. They were selling them around Easter. He did this a couple years ago, and I found this one at the thrift store. Little gold foil chocolate rabbit. Pretty ouchy if you try to bite off his ears, though. Yes, Mina. Good results. You played yours yesterday, Instagram. I'm going to go out and look at Becky's Instagram. But hers is a reel, and I don't want to play the reel here. I'll go out and look at Becky's after the chat. But Becky played with her wax seals yesterday. She probably did better than me. It takes me a little bit of time I got a little bit of a learning curve. Let me wipe my desk off here. So there's the link to Becky's Instagram, where she played with her seals yesterday. It is a technique. Yeah, it looks like fun when it works. Yeah, it is fun. I've got a learning curve. This is my dragonfly one. These I just coated with a wax, like a rub and buff. I bought some pens. That's what I bought. They're made to write on wax, though. I bought them on Amazon, and I bought me a spoon warmer. Let's see. Becky says she only has one color of wax. I think you can use metallic pens, like, I think Dee Dee was using a gold Krylon pen, or somebody was using a gold Krylon pen. You can use pens on your wax. They will rub off a little. Like your permanent markers will rub off a little, but the base of it still stays there. Here's a wax seal I did where I pressed a key. This is one of my favorite ones. This was done with the jewelry mode. And this is actually a little key charm. But see, those jewelry modes have a little hole on the back that where you can, you know, it's made to hang. This is one of my favorite ones. I didn't get the key straight, but when I put it in there, but it turned out pretty good. All right, so I want to move on. Let's see what else is going in chat that I'm missing. Posh says, what about those grocery store berry baskets? Turn upside down on the table and use the side hole to hold spoon. Grocery store berry baskets, turn upside down on the table so it's like this, and use the side hole to hold the spoon. So I think she's talking about to put the spoon in the little basket part, and that would hold the spoon, etc. while warming. You may have to put a weight on top to hold the basket. I wonder if you would, it just depends on what the basket's made out of. If it's warming, if you've got a candle there, you got to be careful you don't melt your basket. But that's a thought to try. I reheated in order to scrape off the wax. Yeah. The image part does not have to be hot or melted to press into the hot puddle. Oh, really? Now, see, I didn't know that. Becky's saying once you get your, I put my stamps away. Say this is a stamp seal and I've got wax in there. Becky's saying you don't have to reheat that if you don't want to. If you put it down into the wax, she's saying it does not have to be hot or melted to press into the puddle. That's interesting, Becky. I didn't know that. Mary, could you get a block of wood with a handle-sized hole so that you wouldn't have to hold the stamp while warming it? That would be possible. Yeah, I've got a shaky left hand. I'm just, you know, if I hold on to things too tight, you know, I start, yeah, I think it's a part of getting older. And it could be on mornings that I drink. I know in the mornings I'm drinking tea this morning, but on those mornings that I drink coffee, like I usually have two cups of coffee, which is probably more like 4, because this is a big mug. This probably holds 2 cups here. And I usually, when I make coffee, this is tea, but and this is, I don't think this is decaffeinated tea though. This is the Bigelow stuff. I don't think this is decaffeinated. This is mint tea. But when I drink 2 of these mugs of coffee, I only drink it early in the morning, but I notice when I'm tapping in the afternoon, my hands can get shaky. And I think too much caffeine can cause that too. The image part does not have to be hot or melted to press into the hot puddle. That's interesting. I did not know that. See, I'm learning from Becky. I got to go watch her reel and watch and see what she does. I haven't been online too much. Rest up, Arlene. Arlene says, I'm starting to feel bad. She's going to go. See you all next time. Well, and that goes for any of you. If you're tired, because I stream early in the morning, and some of you are still in bed when I'm streaming, and some of you go back to sleep. Some of you are not ready to watch your chat early in the morning. That's perfectly okay. That's perfectly okay. And if you get tired, like Arlene, I want her to feel free to leave when she starts feeling bad. Stephanie and Posh are here. Let's see, neat technique, very interesting that you can design your own seal head. Okay, we talked about all of that. Let's go down to the bottom. Brenda says, I have a couple of early 1900 thread spools from a textile fabric. They're about 1 foot long. Could use one for roll, but like them sitting on the shelf to look at. Yeah, Bo calls them dust catchers. They are. I have a lot of dust catchers too, Brenda. A lot of dust catchers, but you just love them. You just love them. Mina says she's got to go. Her day starts really early today, and she's going to be very busy. Okay, Mina, have a great day. Leah says, that's a great idea, Brenda. The paper towel roll I used is kind of flimsy, so something more sturdy like that will be easier for rolling it nice and tight. What are we rolling up? Stephanie, let's see, Brenda says, I got a basket I dropped scraps in to start a roll. I rescued the wooden broomstick when Bo tossed out the worn-out broom. I plan to cut it to length and use it and sand it to roll my roll on. I think they're talking about fabric rolls. All right, so I am at Postcards here. I made 8 of them and I stopped here. I think I was only on about prompt, the last blue. I made a picture of my prompts. I lost the list, but I made a picture from, let's get it out here. It looks like I got a phone call on there. Gallery. Recent. Here. I made a list. Was that it? Here. So, let's see. We did scrape the spring green paint. This is a parakeet green. I put a hold on the magazine image. I got magazine images out. Fabric. I have some batik fabric on each one of these. This little batik scraps that I had left from doing batik, which I want to do again. Circles. So here are my circles. Stencil. I don't know if you can see it, but I've got tape measure stencils, Tim Holtz tape measure stencil on each postcard there. Blue paint inside of the circle. This is a blue, Bimini blue. So I'm ready to stamp with a household item, flowers, gold, and animal or bird or wild card. So for my wild card, which I think is what I'm going to do next. I'm not going to use the butterflies, but I want these. I think I have 16 of these. I have 16 postcards. So what I'm going to do on each postcard is put a tat. And we'll get 8 of them out. And so, flowers, gold, and animal or bird. And the magazine image. I don't know if I'll get all 10 of these. Now, I left the string on here because what I'm going to do is I'm going to thread my string through and I'm going to poke 2 holes. I'm going to thread it through this way and then I'm going to bring it back up and I'm going to tie it on this side. I could glue it here, but I want to mail them and I'm not sure that the glue will go through the mail. And if I tie it on there, now, stamp with a household stamp. I kind of did that too. Was with my circles were stamped. So I'm just going to count that as my stamp. Flowers, gold, animal, or bird. Oops, there's a butterfly here. I'm not going to put the butterflies on there. I want to get 8 of these out. I've got a blue one here. A green one. We'll think about that. I need 3 more. And these are going to be my April postcards. I got February and March are those. I got to finish those up too. All right. So I got 8. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm going to take a needle that I had right here. I got a big one. He's stuck in there. Right here. He went way down in there. And we're going to poke holes. And I want to make sure that I'm getting the right one here. So we're going to poke 2 holes in here. I don't know. Yeah, I guess my needle will work. So one there. And one there. And one here. And one here. Making sure that I'm on the postcard. One here. One here. And there and there. And let's put it here. I'm hoping this will work. There. Here and here and one more. This is my wild card. I'm doing a wild card with these flowers. All right. Now, what I want to do is I'm going to start with this one over here. And we're just going to take a tat. And I'm going to separate these threads, these hanging threads here, if I can. They get a little stubborn. And this is a pretty wide-eyed needle, so I can see it. Come on, get in there. And I want to thread him through like that. And pull him all the way through. And then I'm going to come back through, if I can. Back through here. Like so. Like that. And then I'm going to tie him onto this other one. And we might have to glue him a little just to, but the thread will hold him on there. Let's just tie him down there because he still kind of flops around, but hopefully he won't come off of the machine. Bring this around under if I can, like that, and tie it one more time. Need my crochet hook out. Come on. I think that will hold. I'll snip him off. and then I'll come back in and glue these down too. But I think the thread will hold it going through the machine. I'm not sure that glue would by itself. So let's get one thread out. This is going to take me a little while. I do want to say something else. I canceled our Fourth Art Saturday for April was going to be tomorrow, but I haven't been feeling good, so I didn't get all the links put together. I didn't get the playlist made and that. So I canceled it until next week. But next week, the April Fourth Art Saturday is going to be the last one. I think our group is just getting kind of tired of doing it every month. We've only got 2 players this month, is Jamie and Roy. People get busy, especially summer's coming, the summer months. People get busy. I understand all that. So I'm going to go ahead and just quit doing Fourth Art Saturday. I think we had a good run of it. I didn't even expect it to go into this year. Usually when you do year-long things, and Fourth Art Saturday has been going for a couple years, I think. I can't remember if it's 1 year or 2 years. I think we're in our 2nd year. And I know that hops and year-long projects like this, when people participate, lives get busy, people get busy, and it usually a year-long hop is a pretty long hop, to tell you the truth, in the whole scheme of things. Usually they only last a couple months, and then enthusiasm kind of dies out. I've noticed that. And that's perfectly okay with me. I think we had a good run of it. I'm surprised that we went this far into our 2nd year, to tell you the truth. And before I started it in January, I polled the group and said, do you want to do another year? And everybody wanted to do one. I got a lot of positive comments, but it seems like we're just getting tired, so I just canceled it. So there's going to be no more Fourth Art Saturday after next week, after the April one. However, Jamie is doing open collabs, and so you might see me hopping in on Jamie's open collabs, and she asked if she could use the rest of, I had prompts set up through June or July, I can't remember. And she said, can I just grab them? And I said, sure, because she kind of helped me with prompts anyway. And Jamie is such a cheerleader in that group. She's always saying, get your links in. Have to kind of be careful that you don't get your picots messed up in there when you tie these knots. You want the knots to go on the underneath. I'm going to put one more knot in there. So next Saturday is going to be our last Fourth Art Saturday. I might come on early Saturday or Sunday mornings. I might kind of alternate my weeks on that. It just kind of depends on what's going on in my life and how I feel. I don't run into too much other people being on that early in the morning, so I'm real comfortable. If I can get myself up in the morning, I'm comfortable coming in at 4:30 in the morning. So you might see me popping on Saturday mornings. This one got kind of, he's a big one. He's a bigger one. Just a little tap. I made 16 of these. And I've been playing with tatting my butterflies, and I've been doing other tatting. I'm still kind of in a learning mode with tatting. I find that the larger threads, I'm still a beginner tatter. I don't handle that 60 weight thread that great. 60 weight thread is a real fine thread, and 60, 70, 80 weight thread is really fine thread. And I'm still not that talented yet. It takes a lot of practice. Tie it on here. Now I did 2 sheets of these, so I got 16 of them here. So I really have 6 more than the 10 for April. But on my February and March, I think I was missing about 5, so I need to finish those up. And then I'll have 3 years. I'll have 30 postcards ready to send. 3 years, 3 months. And we had some hail the other night. And was it yesterday or the day before? We had construction companies. Every time it hails or storms bad, boy, they hit the neighborhood looking for work. Well, go climb up on your roof and tell you the damage for free. And we kind of turned them down because we just had our roof redone. And I don't think it made that much. Of course, they'll find every little dent in the shingle. And my brother had to turn them down a couple times. But construction companies canvassing the neighborhood, offering to do re-roofing. I guess they got to drum up the business. All right. And I am going to put some glue on these too, because I want them to be nice and sturdy, because I do want to send these out. This one's larger. These are sitting on there pretty good. It's going to take me a bit to do this, but I think that's just kind of fun. This is a wild card. This is the wild card. Let me refresh my chat. Brenda says, that reminds me I need to add gold to the big collage I did using these prompts. Yeah, I saw your collage, Brenda. Very nice. Brenda did my prompt 10 game. This was from a week, was it last Friday? A week ago. I don't know what I'm going to do tonight. I'm not sure. I like to do something different on my Friday night streams. I might do a list tonight. I like to do the list with you guys because I sit there and talk to you. And my attention is more on the chat than when I'm just arting or doing something like this, a project. This goes slow, but they're nice once you get them in there. And I'll come back and put a dab of glue on these so that they won't untie again, but we're just going to get them on there first. Get that down a little. That one's not laying this nice. Oh, what that's doing there. like I got an extra thread in there somehow. If I can put that on the back. I'm not sure how that's going to lay. I'm going to have to glue him down a little better. I'll send one to myself. It might be this one. All right, let's turn it this way. Keep going. And I got a knot in this. Clip that off. I can't do caffeine, Brenda says. I went to the coffee house for lunch one day last week. A new person took the order. The regular knows decaf for me, and I didn't think to mention it. Oh, and then you got a caffeinated coffee. Well, I drink Javalia coffee, so I'm sure it's caffeinated, but I don't have coffee every day anymore. I drink tea. I drink a lot of water. I have water. I have water this morning. I drink water out of this jug, and I'll bet I drink about 3 of these a day. This is a quart jar. And I'm always running to the bathroom. I probably drink more water than I really should. This is probably a little tedious to watch, but I'm getting her done. And when I finally get them all done and sent out in the mail, now I'm going to have to turn this over and find the hole there. So, the weekend's coming up. You guys have any plans for the weekend? I've got a cold, so I'm not planning on doing much. We had pizza last night. We'll have the leftover tonight. We buy a large pizza, and it usually does us 2 meals. And usually there's a guy that makes the pizzas at the store. And there was a young girl last night who made our pizza, and boy, she made a better pizza. The pizza was good. The pizza was good. So we'll have it tonight for supper. And tomorrow, I need to get out in the yard. We've had rain for the last couple days. I need to get out in the yard and pick up sticks because it's going to be time to mow the lawn here pretty soon. We've been having rain. It's probably time to mow it now. I haven't looked out lately. And I'm not planning much. I'll probably finish up these magazines, cutting magazines. And I've been reading. I went to the library. I took my books back and got 2 more. I've been reading Jennifer Cheverini. She's a Wisconsin author. She lives in Madison, Wisconsin. And I've been reading her. She wrote the Elm Creek series, which is a quilting series. And I've read them all, except for I think I'm going to go back and read them all again. As many as I can find at the library. And this time when I'm reading, if I'm out on the front porch, the other day I was reading my book out on the front porch, and I started making notes, like, because I forget over the years now, who was that lady? What was her name? In the book. And it's really kind of interesting when you do that, because you get all this information and then you start thinking, and I write down my thinking questions, like she was talking about her brother, And I'd stopped when I read about her brother, and I said, well, I didn't know she had a brother. Whatever happened to him? And then a couple pages down, it showed where he was getting married. And she ended up marrying her second marriage. This is in the book series. In her second marriage, she married the man who was her brother's friend when they were younger. And I don't know about her first husband. I'll have to go back and read whatever happened to her first husband. I'm sure it's in there someplace. But see, it's those kind of notes. And I started that with a book called Wednesday Sisters. You know, I never finished reading that book. I need to go out and finish reading the book Wednesday Sisters. All about these ladies who met in a park in California in the 70s on Wednesdays. And they called their meeting place Wednesday Sisters. This has taken me a little bit of time to do this. I'm kind of slow here. I'm only going to do 8 of these. I got 2 left because I think this is enough for, I can do the others offline. This is enough for the morning stream. I'll move on to other prompts. I got a couple more prompts on here. I got 2 left. I'll finish these 8 postcards and then do the other ones. This takes a bit of time to separate these and tie them in. But they're kind of cool to put on your postcard too, though. I'm going to tie one more knot in this. One more. One more. There's a lot going on here, but it just kind of adds an accent. I should have done them out of this color. Whoops, out of this color. Would have been nice. Too late now. One more. One more. Right here. And And I think I'm going to have to tie this one by hand, get rid of that needle. Thread does not want to go the way I want it to go. Get under there. One more knot. Get in there. Alrighty. And then we're going to put some glue on these too to hold them, because I don't want them to flop all around. There's Penelope. Let's give that needle to Penelope. And let's glue. This one's a little weird. One of these. All right. Let me get some Fabri-Tac. Ouch. Oh, ow. Ah. That shoulder still is not healed. When I reach. So we're just going to put a little Fabri-Tac on these and tack it down. And they don't have to be smack dab in the middle. I want to get out to my sewing machine too. I've been neglecting my sewing machine. Finally got it set up. Let's do these over here. And I'll come out and look in chat in a minute. Here, I got two more to glue down, and we'll kind of let these dry a little. This one's a little wild. I think this is the one I'm going to bring to myself. He's a little bigger, but he sits on there nice once you get him glued on there. One more. This one's a little wild too. Flip him over that way. He's not perfect, but this is not meant to be perfect stuff anyway. Let me wipe off the tip of my glue here. I'll clean that off so that the next time I want to use it, it'll be good. Now, let me look at chat. Let me look at chat. See what's going on out there. Brenda says, I met interesting people in the park in the 70s in California. Mom said I wasn't allowed to talk to them. Well, I'm sure this was just a neighborhood park. It was in the 70s, and they were mostly mothers with young children who take their kids to the park, and then they met other mothers. That's kind of what it was. Young mothers. They talked about the Apollo and was was Robert Kennedy assassinated in the 70s? I can't remember. I think they talked about Robert Kennedy and the space missions, and their husbands were all young professionals, you know. So it was kind of that genre, the 1970s. And I was a young lady in the 70s. I was, 75. I think I was still a junior in college in 75. Well, I think 75 was the year that I went to business school. I had a business school up, and I got my legal assistant associate degree in 75. But I started out in 69 at the university. I wanted to be an art teacher. I wanted to be an art teacher. And the art part was okay, but the education part, I couldn't get along with the education part. And I had different ideas. And I didn't like to grade art. The thing about grading art, unless you are going into commercial art, commercial design, you might need a grade because you're selling your talents as commercial art. Fine art and art that you do for yourself, which is what most of us do, especially in school. In school, I only see a need to grade art if it's commercial art and if it's post-secondary. I think grading art is counterproductive because so many people use art to express themselves. Unless art is vulgar, and even vulgar art, at times, if it's an expression, you don't have to look at vulgar art if you don't like it. I don't care for nudity, although we had nudes in our drawing class, but I wanted to get through the drawing class, so I quick and drew my nudes and quit. I preferred landscape drawing myself, but that's just conservative. Nebraska is more conservative than maybe art that you would see in California. But I was very much against, I could see maybe grading English or grading math. But grading art, I just, I had my different ideas about it. So I dropped out of college and went to business school. And I did fine as a legal assistant. I got all A's as a legal assistant. The only problem with legal assistant back in those days, it was brand new. It was a brand new field, and there were very few jobs, especially in Nebraska, for legal assistants. But it was an interesting course. I took real estate and business law and real estate law, which really was kind of interesting because as I progressed in my career, after I was out of school and I, of all things, was a programmer, I actually worked for a property and casualty company up in Madison. And real estate, I understood a lot about real estate just because I had real estate in business school. I did well in business school. And I took some programming courses and was a programmer. Back in the day when they had the big mainframe computers, now it's all laptop and God knows what it is now. It used to be fourth generation, that probably, I don't know what it's called now, Gen Z. A lot of cloud computing, that type of thing. There is one thing that I'd love to learn yet, and that's how to create a game. A game that you could go out to, and you can go to certain applications online. I've found those where you can create your game and they give you all the templates. So I think that there's a way you could do it, but I would love to maybe someday create a computer game. I think that would be fun. It would probably be a very elementary one, but I think that would be fun to do and make it art related. Brenda says, Mom took us to the park. There were other mothers with kids, also hippies. I liked talking to them when I was 9 or 10. Well, these were young ladies of young professionals. I wouldn't call them hippies, but they were very, they were not that conservative, I would say. Maybe 1 or 2 of them were conservative. But I think when I quit reading the book, I didn't get clear through the book. It's called Wednesday Sisters. And they started writing. One lady was really interested, one of the group was really interested in writing, and she got the others to write. And I don't know if they ever published anything. I can't remember. I met interesting people in the park in the 70s. Mom said I wasn't allowed to talk to them. And this is where Malia, I got Malina, Malaya, and Mina, and it come out Melina. I'm not talking so great this morning. This is where she said she looked at this rabbit and thought chocolate. All right, so we got those done. And my next prompt on here was this. I did the wild card for the, let's say I did the blue paint. I think I'm going to stamp with a household item. I kind of did that with these, with my circles. So I'm going to count that kind of a 2-in-1 prompt, because I used a little cap, and I stamped these for the circles, but I also stamped with a household item. So I'm going to count that as 2 prompts in one. And then the blue on here is my blue paint. So I'm ready for flowers, gold, and an animal or bird. Well, I have magazine image too. Let's see. Maybe I could mix my flowers with my magazine images. I don't know how many flowers I have out here. Here's some flowers. These are already fussy cut, but I'm going to get out one of those garden magazines. It's got all sorts of flowers in there. Let me reach down here and get a Garden Gate magazine, if I can find one. Probably on the very bottom. Horticulture. Horticulture. Start your planting list. Let's see what kind of flowers I can make the most of fall. These are probably fall flowers. I don't see very well. I see a few. What's in there? Here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's clear these out. Excuse me. So my flowers and my magazine images, I might combine those all into one prompt. Those are kind of muted. I need 16 of them because I got 2 sheets here. These are more foliage. There's some flowers. Up and coming. Those are awfully big. Ooh, here we go. I'll go through the rest of these. The peril of self-pollination. All right, let's see what I have here. I need 16 of them. I'm I'm just going to quick cut these out. Whack them first and then fussy cut them later. Rough cut them first just to get them down to size off of the page. There's 3. I don't know about these. We'll cut them out and then I can make my choice later. And of course they're not going on this way. I'm just rough cutting them first. I'll take these up here. Of course, Tim Holtz has all kind of flowers. Should get out his. Die cuts. These are almost too big. These. Whack, whack, whack. I might save those just for fun. I don't know if I'll use those. And this one's pretty large. I'll have to cut them down if I use them. And I don't know about those. What do I have? 1. We'll count this as 2, 3, 4, 5. That one's big. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And if I need any more, I have this magazine too. We'll see. I'm only going to do 8 of them here. So let's pick out 8. 1, 2. 3. 5, 6, 7, 8. We might use that one. All right. I'm going to save these back. We're only going to do these 8 this morning. This is the flower prompt flowers. So I need to fussy cut these. And sometimes when I'm fussy cutting a rough image like this, sometimes I do what I call tear cut. It depends on your paper. You don't want to tear the magazine, but instead of doing a straight cut like that, I'll take my scissors and kind of tear it. And that makes a rough edge. You have to be careful that you don't tear your paper. But that leaves a rough edge. And I'm really just tearing it with the blade. And you have to be kind of careful, like you say, if you got a thin paper, if you're not careful, you can rip your whole image. But I like the rough edge that it gives. And if you're doing something like a tree with a lot of leaves or a hair on a person, it leaves that rough edge in there that's different than when you just do a straight cut. But you have to be careful. And it kind of depends on your scissors too. These are getting dull. It's not doing too bad though. And what I do, I put my scissors there and then I kind of just tear it out. I call it tear cutting. But it kind of depends on your paper, what type of paper you have. A medium weight paper works pretty good if you have it too thin. If you have it too thin, you risk tearing your image. And if you're using too thick of a paper, then it doesn't tear that well. So a medium weight, like a magazine paper, that like what I have here, tears a lot better. And I call it tear cutting. Like, see there, I kind of, lucky for me, it tore the other way. Just got one little. That's a pretty big flower. But I think I can put it on there. I think I can still. I don't want it much larger than that. And on this one, I'm just going to fussy cut. I'm not going to bother with tearing it. So I think I'll do a list tonight. I'll have to see. I think I got a couple ideas in my Society of Idea Collector journal. I've been writing down a lot of ideas. And I think I ran across the list I wanted to do, and I can't remember what it was, but I wrote it down. Dee Dee says, write it down. Write it down. And with ideas, you want, when you get an idea and you're doing something like, I was fussy cutting out of magazines. And of course, I'm concentrating on my fussy cutting, but it gave me an idea. And you don't want to say, oh, I'll remember it for later and write it down later. Don't do that. Because I guarantee you, later when you get ready to write it down, you go, what did I say I was going to do? What was my idea? I can't remember. So you always want to write them down. There's 2. This one is just a circle, and I think I'll cut it into somewhat of a circle. I'm not so great about cutting circles either. I need practice. I've been practicing my circle cutting. And with circle cutting, if you cut as much as you can off of your blade while you turn it, you get a smoother circle. I'm still learning how. Some people can do really pretty circles, fussy cut them. Well, it's not too bad. 3. And what do I want to do with this? Yeah, I think I want to cut them out. I'm just going to kind of go fast here. And I think I'm going to leave some of the dark on up here. It's got to give it an outline. And I think I want to go in here a little more. It's got a stem here. I don't know if I like that there or not. I'm not sure about this stem. And I need a smaller scissors, really. This is a pretty white flower. I think it's either a chrysanthemum or a zinnia. Looks more like a zinnia. It says reminiscent crema. I don't know what kind of a flower that is. Might be a zinnia. Could be a chrysanthemum. Of course, there are so many different species of flowers. It's got some writing down here. I'm going to trim that off. And this one might look nice just as a square, sort of. They don't have to be perfect. Might trim this out a little up here at the top. Do a little tearing. Whoops, don't want to tear it too much. I don't know about this one. And I think I'm going to do a little hair cutting here up at the top. And we got one left. I might put a color around some of these. We'll see. We'll see how I'm going to put these on. Cut off the page number there. All right. I only need 8. And I might use this. Well, I need book text. Book pages was an alternate. Flowers, gold, animal, or bird. I don't know. Animal or bird. You're getting an awful lot on here. This might end up being a pick 8. I think at this point, I'm going to cut my postcards because I need to see where I'm putting these on the card themselves. Let me put this in here. Let me get my trimmer out. I'm going to cut my postcards. Ouch. So mine were 3.5 by 5.5. So 3.5 is right here. And yeah, I'm about on the line. Whoops, that's 3 1/4. 3.5. Just a little. 3.5. Oh, and of course the blade flew off on the floor someplace down in here. It always needs to hide when it flies. There it is. No, that's a cap. What happened to my blade? It flew off on the floor. By golly, it's hiding. If I can find another one. Hold on. I'm looking for another blade. It fell out and it flew someplace down here under my desk. I've got all these things here in my hands. Thought I had an extra blade in here. I'm just not having a good morning of it. Hold the phone. I have to look. Maybe it's over here on my desk. My other card. Oh. Well, I might just have to cut them by hand because I'm not finding my other blades. They might have fallen. I have a terrible time with craftalanches. Here's my calendar. had an extra set of blades. God knows where they are, because they're not up there. I guess I'm going to have to cut them by hand. Wait, I see it. Can I get it out? I see it. It's way under my desk. Come on, little blade. I got it. I got it. Oh. There's the masked rider. Lone Ranger. There's a paintbrush on the floor. All sorts of scraps down here. I try to pick up scraps after every time I stream. I do pretty good at it, but I must have not did it Friday night. All right, let's go back to what I was doing here. Another paintbrush. I was cutting postcards. 3.5. And 3.5. And 5.5. And 5.5. And 5.5. I'll get a set of 8 done. What time is it? It's 8:30. I'll go until about 9:45 this morning. When you lock your, if you have this kind of a trimmer, where you lock it up here and you want to keep this blade right down in there and tip it this way, and then because this blade has a tendency, if you bring it down this way, it's got a little notch in there and it has a tendency to fall out. It has a tendency to fall. All right, so now what I'm doing is I'm going to put flowers on these postcards. I got my tat here, and that's on there pretty strong now. And I might trim that string a little here. My scissors are yeah, got him. My scissors are dull. There we go. So let's, I think I was working with this big yellow one. Maybe I'll put him right in here. So I still have some of my fabric showing, the light green. I could bring him down further and just trim him off and just have him in the corner, because that's a pretty big flower. So she said, so where's my yes paste? Yep, it's here. It's here. I got it. I have it handy. And let's get out a piece of an old magazine. I'm probably boring you guys to pieces here. That's parchment paper. Is this wax paper? This is wax paper. I'm probably boring you to pieces, but I'm just going to keep making my postcards. I need to get out and stitch on my others. All right. And my palette knife, I cleaned it off and put it back. So we're just going to get another piece of wax paper for a glue bottom here. My brother's up out there coughing. And we're just going to glue this. I call this Yes Paste. I call it a glue stick in a jar. And yes, your hands will get sticky if you use this, but I like my Yes Paste. And you know what? I was going to put that down in the corner. And here's my, I think I'm going to put it down in this corner, right down in, maybe up a little. And we're going to trim this off, even though let's just put this right here so I don't get my hands sticky. And I'm going to trim that off if I can find my scissors. I'll bend it a little. There we go. I kind of like that. And I'll put a border. Becky sent me some words. I might put words on here, but I'm not going to get them. They're out on my recliner. I might put some of Becky's journaling words on here and edge this. Animals or birds. It was another prompt, but I don't think I'm going to do that. What was my other prompt? Flowers, gold. I get gold, music. I think I'm going to use another alternate. I think I'm going to use, well, if I use book pages, you know what would be fun is to take book pages and edge it with a book page. Let's play with this one, see what I can come up with. Let's see what I can come up with here, just with this one. I'm thinking edging it with a book page and then outlining it with gold or black. And then put one of Becky's. Becky sent me a whole envelope of sticker journal spots. She put them on sticker paper, which I really appreciated that, Becky. And she's out there. Maybe. She might have moved on, which is okay if you guys want to move on. I want to look for book pages here. I got a history book that I'm fussy cutting out of. Let's see what I can find for text in here. A lot of images. Divorce, rights and wrongs, Western discussion. I'm going to have quite a few. Sex among the seats. Native tongue. Let's just pull out a section here. I'll try it on this one, and if it's not successful, I get this off of my desk so I have room to work. And what I want to do is take a piece of text, but I don't want to ruin my image. This may not be a good one. This got images that I want on both sides. This one might be better. Let's choose some text. This one will work. That one will kind of work. I'm not so sure about it. I have to find the right spot to pull the text from. I can't have images on both sides. I love history books like this. I have so many interesting images in them. But I'm after the text. That one might work. That one will work. I need more than one hand. These have such interesting images. But the trouble with doing it might work better with a magazine than the book. Because these have interesting images on both sides of the page. That one, I might get something out of that. That one will work. I got to do some fussy cutting, I see. All of this was saved for fussy cutting. A whole bunch of really cool images just in those few pages. This is, I think, a Reader's Digest book. This one will work because I've already cut on it. I'm just about done here. I'm looking for, I know what I'm looking for. This one will work. I don't know. I need quite a few. I might have to break out the magazines. A lot of really interesting images in this book. I think I'm going to take it out and fussy cut it this afternoon. All right, let me put these back in the, what I have in my hand, back in the book. Here's the book. If you see this book at the thrift store, Our Glorious Century. I think it's a Reader's Digest book. Reader's Digest. I got it to make an art journal because I like the size of it. It's about a 10 by 10 square. And it'll make a nice art journal. But I've been fussy cutting out of it, and I think I got 2 of those books. All right, so now what I want to do is cut some strips. Because I'm going to put strips along the edge. And let's just try it with a couple here. Well, it doesn't matter if I get a little of an image. Let's try it with these. Put these up here. And let's get these out of the way so I have room to work. All right, so let me get my trimmer out again. We're going to see how this works. Let me tell you, I need to do a major clean in this room. Here's the other postcards that I need to send. I'm going to sew on the back of here. I got them off over here. I need to get out there to the machine. It won't take me long if I just get out there. All right, so what I want is maybe about a 1/2 inch. Maybe 3/4 of an inch. We're going to cut the margin off first. Cut off the margin. Cut that off. Now, a 1/2 inch would only make a 4, so I'm thinking, do I need a full inch? Let's go for a full inch to start with. And do another full inch. I'll have to have a lot of book pages if I go with a full inch. Now, do I care about this? I think I've seen more of these, so I'm going to cut them. I can get other images of the heroic statues. I've seen images of these. So I'm going to go after this text over here. Maybe about 2 more. And for the gold, I can kind of put a gold wash on these. All right. And we're going to save that. Let's see what I have here. So what I want to do, get these out of the way. I want to fold these in half. And they don't have to be perfect, but as close to perfect as I can get. And I want a border. I didn't cut off the margin here. Snip that off. Now, a 1/2 inch is quite a bit, but I think that I need it for, because I think a 1/4 will kind of tend to fall off. And I'm going to cut it here. And I'm going to cut off this. And we'll put this one on first. Move it all the way down. And then this one will cover up this blank area here. Oh, my brother's gagging out there. Sorry about that. All right, so I'm going to put this one here. And this one here. Like that. And you know what? I don't need it on all 4. I could put it to the flower. Let's see. Let's fold another one in half. I could have put these on before I put my flowers on. And we're going to put this one right in here, and I'm going to kind of cut it like a, well, let's cut this off. And I'm going to kind of cut it the shape of that flower. Right in here, just kind of, and put this one on here. Come on, get in there. them like that. And that one goes there, and that one there. Now I need something here. You guys, if you get a postcard from me, know I put a lot of effort into it. It may not look like it, but once I do these, you know that I slaved over them. I slaved out in the kitchen over them. All right. So those are my pieces. Now I might have to come back in here, or I might just leave it. So let's glue this on. Move these out of the way. These can be thrown. All my little scrappies. All right, now I'm ready to glue those on. And I got a couple other things I've got to get done. I've been putting it off because I haven't been up to snuff lately. This was the short one that goes over here. I've been putting off a lot. Come on. And that'll get covered up at the top there. I'm not too worried about a little piece like that up there. I want this to more show. I'm going to put these on before I put my flower images on, because of stuff like this. I trim this up a little more. There. A little better. Not perfect, but a little better than this one. Let's see, I want these on first. This one goes in here like that. Wait a minute. What did I do with my other one? It's up here. That's the long one. This one goes down here. Oh, this one goes over here. This one goes down here. I don't know what I did there, but it doesn't matter. It'll fit in the long run. This is the one that goes down here because I tore it. And a lot of this stuff, I just kind of fly by the seat of my pants on this. So it isn't like I do this routinely, and I'm still working a lot of this stuff out. So I'm not the fastest on it. This goes on the side, right in here. And that's got glue on the outside. It'll dry. Kind of wipe it off. And then this one comes over here, right in there. I kind of like that. My tat's right down in there. Kind of fits the flower. And then I'm going to put gold on here. You'll see. Maybe I'll get these done by July. I don't do just 2 or 4. I have to do 16 of them. Yeah. I have to do 16, so I don't get them done till I'm done with them. That one goes right in there. I'll make it up a little. Up to the edge. And then this one will go in here like that. 1/2 inch is kind of large, but I think 1/4 inch would tend to fall off easier. 1/2 inch in here tends to stay on my postcard better. So let's do it this way. Make sure you get your corners glued. And I'll put this one on here. Right in there. And of course, I didn't get glue on that. Well, I got glue on the back of it. The glue dries. All right, now we'll finish this one up. So I have at least one postcard done. Now what I want to do is take my ruler, that gluey paper out of the way. Take my ruler. Come on, ruler. And let's make a black line right in there. That's green. Here, I got some new ones. Oh, they're old new ones. I think these are I think those might be the fine tip ones, though. Let's see if I can't find a decent one. That's a Sharpie fine tip. Hold the phone. Let me find a good writing pen. That's good. So I kind of want to outline these. Let's outline it. Here. Here. The prompts, when you do pick 10s, they're to get you started. They're to get you going. And if you don't use all the prompts, it's nice to use them all, but sometimes your piece gets so much on it that if you don't use them all, I don't think it's a crime. There are no prompt police that I know of. Nobody's knocked at my door and said, Meri, you didn't use all your pick 10 prompts in your pick 10 game. I kind of liking that. Let's outline this one. I don't think I'm going to put my animals and birds on here. And my magazine image and flowers are going to be combined into one prompt because I'm using magazine images of flowers. I am going to put some gold on here, though. And I'll show you in a minute here. But I think this is turning out pretty cool. I am going to get some of Becky's words, her sticker words that she sent me. I might finish these up tonight. I'll work on them maybe this afternoon a little. And I'll put Becky's words on here. That'll be another wild card maybe. Because I think Becky's words will go good on here. I want to do this one a little better. There. I'm kind of liking that. And I got my tat in there. And I can put a word right in here. And let's outline the back. And the back, I think I'm going to come right at the edge here. And we'll just kind of color it in a little. And it'll kind of, on those places where I don't have text, the lines will kind of fill in the gap. I'm going to sneeze. Excuse me. Pardon moi. Whoops. Can't see where I'm going. You know, it's just as easy to go like this for me. The lines aren't as nice, but it's easier to do it this way and have a jaggedy line. Then I'm going to write postcard on here. Maybe I'll write it smaller. P-O-S-T-C-A-R-D. And then let's outline this. Let me get this colored in a little more. Here, and there'll be room for a stamp there. And come down that way. This might have to put some more glue in under that. I don't know if I can get it up. Let's put some more glue under that. Glue that one back down. Most of them stuck. That one, I didn't get enough glue on him. There, that's much better. And this line is not going to be needing. I'm going to slant it just a little. And this line. Make these two. And then let's do a line here. I'm just going to put a line right down in there. And we'll do an arrow. And maybe some dots. Okay. So I might have to go back in and check these edges. I see I'm not so good on my glue job there. These are all okay. These were okay. All right, now I'm not quite done with it. I'm going to get out some of this gold. And we're going to put gold on there. Is this the gold? That's the copper. Where's my gold? Hold on. One more swish of the... He's in here. Where is he? That's the elegant. Here's the Derivan Gold. This I got from Annie V. a couple years ago. And I just love it. I call it a gelato in a jar. Gelato in a jar. But it's really, it's made in Australia. And it's called Derivan fabric ink. But it's safe. This stresses that it's safe for kids to use. So I'm just going to kind of rub gold on here, on the edges. Like that. Make a little sunshine on it. And we're going to do the same on the back. And it doesn't have to completely cover it. It's just to add some gold. So I got most of my prompts on here. A couple of them I combined. And, well, I went outside the line there. A couple of them I combined. But I used the book text. Let me look at the prompts here. Hold on. Let me do this. Just kind of lightly do that. Got some glue on there. All right, that's okay. I'm pretty happy with it. And then I'm going to put Becky sent me some stickers that have journal spots, and they're printed on sticker paper. And I'm going to use that maybe across in here. And so let me look at my prompts and see how many of these I actually used. And it's 8:59. I'm going to go till 9:45. So I got about an hour. I scrape with the spring green paint. That's in the background. Magazine image. I combined that with the flower prompt. So this is a magazine image of flowers. So I combined those two prompts. Fabric is in here. This is this little piece in here. Right in there is a batik fabric that I had. This one is a grayish color, but they're not all gray. Some of them are kind of a orangey color, light green. Circles, I got my circles here. The blue paint is my Bimini blue, and I put it inside the circles. Stamp with household items, I kind of combined that with the circles. I used a lid to stamp with, so that's kind of a combined prompt. Flowers is combined with the magazine image. Here's my gold, and I used a wild card. I didn't do the animal or bird. I used a wild card, and I sewed this little tat on it down at the bottom, and then I'm going to put a journal spot across there, and I'm going to call it done. So I got most of my prompts. I combined a couple. So, is that the gold? It almost looks copper there to me. Oh, this is bronze. This isn't gold. All right, I didn't do gold. I did bronze, but I'm going to leave it as bronze. I don't know what happened to my gold. I'm looking for it here. Here it is. We'll do the others in gold. This is the gold. I get them mixed up because it looked gold to me. That was bronze. She sent me two. Bless her heart. I haven't heard from her in a long time. I hope she's well. She was closing down her studio a couple years ago, and she started sending me stuff. Cool stuff, too. Like this. This is not cheap stuff. I think I used more of the gold than I have the bronze, but I still got quite a bit left. I probably got maybe a little over a fourth, maybe a third left in there. But it's lasted me a long time. So now let's pull out another postcard and let me bore you with putting the... And I think I'm going to put the borders on first before I put the magazine images on. I think that worked better. Let's put the borders on first. So I got 16 of these that I'm doing. You guys are going to get tired of seeing this in here. Something like this. I can't use either side, so I'm going to clip it off. I want text showing. So we'll clip that off. We'll clip off the margin up here. And we'll do a long one. I need 2 long ones and 2 short ones. And this might go for a short one if I make my other one, if I bring it down to here maybe, and then I'll fill in this one here. Excuse me, I have another one here. And I should probably use my bone folder. And there'll be a little space in here where, you know, the columns end. That's just the way it is with book text. So let's cut this one off. Maybe a little bit more. And I don't know if I'm going to have enough. I should have enough. And make this short one here. That'll be fine. Well, maybe I'll fold it the other way. And of course I tear it. That's better. So let's start with this one. Get these little things out of my way. And so I can't glue these on better. Hi, Cheryl. Good morning. Your Wi-Fi's acting up. Sorry. Put that up a little. Welcome, Cheryl. Thanks for coming. Meri. Oh, let's see. The bronze looks good with that flower. Yeah, the bronze made the flower stand out a little bit better, I think, than the gold would have. I think you're right. Bootsy's here. Hi, Bootsy. He says, happy Friday, Meri, and a big hello and hugs to all you loyal Ateliers. I'm chatting from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Roy went from, was it Long Island, Roy, that you're from? Long Island down to Fort Lauderdale, Florida. A mental health getaway celebrating John's beating his cancer. Wow, that's neat. That is neat, Florida, to go to Florida. Did you guys watch Kathy's, her cruise video? It's only a couple minutes long. She was showing what they did on their cruise. They went down, I don't know where they went. They took a cruise down south someplace. I don't know all those southern states. Let's put this one here. And make sure that it's glued down good. Make sure that it's glued down good. And on this side too. Okay, I'm happy. Then we're going to do a long one. I think this other side is better. Let's fold it the other way. And the text is a prompt. Use book pages. So I'm making my borders out of words on a text page. That's how I'm doing that. And I suppose once I get going here, I could probably get into an assembly line. Maybe I'll sit and cut out my text pages. I have to find good images of text. The thing about this book is it has pictures on both sides and text on both sides, and sometimes I don't want to cut where there's a good picture on the other side. I'm going to sneeze. Phew, excuse me, I'm turning my face away from my artwork when I sneeze, so there's no fear of that. Let's trim this off a little. It gets a little messy. But not too bad. And my paper wants to float around on me. All right. And then we're going to do the other long one before I do this short one, because the short one I'm going to have to, well, I might have to cut another short one because I think I'm going to have to cut me another short one because I didn't get clear out to the edge there. Let's do this one. I might be able to heal that. Oh, see how much I have left on this. No, I don't think I have enough. I could just put a black line down there. I don't want to do that though. Hold the phone. I'm not going to use that one. I'll cut me a new one. Hold it a minute. I sneezed. I gotta take a break here. Blow my nose. Now I need to use the hand sanitizer. Sanitize my hands after I do that on my artwork. And wipe them off a little. They need to be wiped off anyway. I got glue on them. Sticky fingers. Shannon Green is on a cruise. Yeah, she is. She and her hubby. I forget her hubby's name. It starts with a B, doesn't it? Her hubby. What's her hubby's name? Starts with a B, I think. If I don't watch her a lot, I lose track. Can't remember. Roy? Oh, hi, Devin. She's saying hello to Roy. Good morning, Devin. It's good to see you. Eric? I know that isn't his name. What's Shannon's husband's name? Is it Eric? That doesn't sound right to me. Yeah, this is getting sticky, but the stickiness over here will dry and wipe off. It's just sticky while you're doing it. I'll put this even in here up to the middle point, midpoint. It's nice to be here. It's nice to see you guys. I got a cold and I got a sore shoulder, and so I haven't been streaming. I've been a little under the weather this past week. This is what I'm doing, Devin. I'm making postcards. I'm making postcards out of that prompt game. And I've one more thing I want to do here. Becky sent me some journal spots on sticker paper that I'm going to put on here. I've only got 16 of them to do. I'm going to have to slow down on when I make stuff like this, because 16 is an awful lot. I should just make 4 at a time. 4 at a time. 8's really too many to do at once. 4 at a time and send them out. That's what Becky does. I don't know why I don't learn my lesson. You know what? If I put another flower in the corner, I can use this. Oh, I still could use it. I think I'll put it down this way, put the flower up here. Let's see what kind of a flower I could put up there. Ooh, this flower. Put that flower right in here. I don't want it to, yeah, and then I could put my journal spot in there. That's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to use this shorter one that I cut because I cut around the words. I had to cut the white spot off, and so it made it shorter. All right, let's do it. Thank you, Devin. Deb says, Roy, I just got back from a cruise. Roy's in Fort Lauderdale, I think he said. I don't know if they're going on a cruise. Where did he say he was from? It's a getaway. John is cancer-free, so they took and did a giveaway. He's in Fort Lauderdale. I don't know if they're on a cruise. But Kathy, Calico Kate, went on a cruise, and Shannon Green is on a cruise. That's how the cruise got in here. All right. I'm going to put this right down in here, like this. And you know, I really need to get out a towel because my hands are sticky again. And even though the tat is right there, I'm going to put the flower up in this corner, right in here. And so let's do that. Let me turn this. Less sticky over on this side. And you know, this paper floats around on my desk, but do you know parchment paper? There's not, tape won't hold my parchment paper down. I tried painter's tape and it doesn't hold down my parchment paper. Get glue on this whole thing. And let's put it right up in here on the corner. right? Let's let that 5 show a little. Well, maybe I'll just cover it up because I don't get so much of the flower on there. Now, I've been taking a towel or a scrap paper and putting on the back of this so that when I cut it, I don't get paste all over my scissors. There we go. I might have to kind of outline that flower a little. Move that all off to the side. I think I'm done with my glue. Put the lid back on it. And we're ready to do the pen marks. Now I would put the Derivan ink on first before I put the pen marks. The pen marks will show better, but it's harder to write on metallic ink with a permanent with a permanent marker. The metallic ink will just drink my marker. Now I'm going to outline this flower a little, like that. Maybe I'll do that on the other one too. There's my other postcard. Let's kind of just outline it. That's not glued down good there, right there. There. It shows up a little better. All right. So next is the ruler. Get these things out of my way. And we're going to do the rules around here. To there. And let's do the inner one too. To there. I'll make these meet. There. And then the short side over here. I'm going to leave that little tat thread showing. And then I'll put the journal spot right in here. And now let's do the back. And the back, I'm just going to do this outer part by hand because it's much easier than trying to do it nice and neat. And I kind of like it jaggedy anyway. Just on the outer edge here. Becky had a way where she was doing a nice even line down here. Can't remember what she did, but she was doing a nice even line. And hers looked nice. That was Becky. Meri's distressed. Meri's is distressed on the out edge. Devin said, Roy, Alaska seems very popular, but I live with snow most of the year, so it's pretty low on my list. But I'll do it someday. I hear it's beautiful, Devin says. I think my traveling days are over with. I've been to Mexico. I've been to England. I didn't get to other parts of Europe, but that's okay. I was in England in what, 98? 1998, I think. And Mexico was in the 70s. I went to Mexico with a group. I saw enough. I like to armchair travel, though. I like to armchair travel. See the sites online. I would love to visit more art museums, but oh well. I haven't seen all the ones in Nebraska. There's one out in Kearney I'd like to see, the Museum of Western Art. I'd like to visit that one. That's not too far, less than 100 miles from here. But it's Western art. Well, I think there's also a Museum of Modern Art there. Let's write Postcard in here. And I have plenty of room for a stamp. And I'm just doing a line in here. And I'm just doing an arrow. And what did I put? 3 dots in there? Fairly large dots. Now I'm ready for the gold. Let's do the gold. And this is gold, not bronze. So let's do it. Let's get a little on my finger and smear it on here. It kind of fades, pushes the black lines into the background, but I like that. And this is, they call this fabric ink, but I use it on my paper. They call it for fabric, screen ink for fabric. It's a screen printing ink, but I like it because it feels like gelato. It feels like you're using a gelato. It's very smooth and creamy. And they stress that it's safe for kids to use, so I don't mind dipping my fingers into it, because that's probably what a kid would do. Get a little bit more on here. And I'll just, well, that might be a little much there. I might have to do that postcard. Well, I think it's okay. So there we go. And then I'm just going to put a journal spot across here, and we'll call it done. So we got 2 done, almost. 2 almost done out of 16. What time is it? It's 9:26. I got maybe about 15 minutes left. Let's cut some more text spots here. I can get one more out of this. And this looks like billed as the King of American Clowns. Dan Rice, often dressed as Uncle Sam. His political jokes angered some, but delighted many others. Political jokes will do that. Let's see. I think I can get a text out of that. And that might be enough for one more postcard. And I've been trimming these with my trimmer. The thing is, when I work on my art, unless it's crochet or tatting, offline, I usually do not come in here. And to do this kind of work, you really need to be seated at your desk. All right. And I guess I'll save that. And let's cut the margin off here. And I've been making them 1 inch. And one inch there. And that's really too thin. See, this is about a 1/2 inch here. And if I made these a 1/2 inch, that would be the 4th. And I don't know. It might work on your postcard, but I'm more comfortable with the 1/2 inch ones. All right. Now, where's my other piece I was going to use underneath of it? I can get one more out of this. And we'll just save him. And trim the margin off and cut 1 inch. And see, what happens is I get pictures on both sides. Now let's grab another one. And let's do one more. That should be enough for one more postcard. I could probably use that. I don't care so much about that. And I could probably get some short ones out of here. Let's cut one more here while I have my trimmer out. And let's cut this. I get some short ones out here, a couple short ones maybe. There's 1 inch. and an inch. All right. My litter bag is getting full over here. Behind my chair is horrible. All right, so we want to fold these in half. It doesn't have to be perfect, but almost. And we'll clip off the margins because I just want text. I just want the text. And you could go to all the trouble of scoring this. I don't. There's a shorter one here. Oh, let's cut off the margin. Got a couple more. And I'm going to cut it there. And you could get bias tape or seam binding. Seam binding is a little harder. Bias tape, if you can get an inch wide bias tape to fold in half. I don't know if they sell inch wide bias tape because this is an inch wide. But I would just as soon use paper on my postcards. Got two more here to do. I would just as soon use paper and even stitching. Now I'm not going, on those black postcards, I'm not going to do a border like this on those. I'm just going to stitch the backing to the postcard. They won't have a border on them like this. One more. And of course my paper floats down. It likes to float. Float. Goes on its own cruise. Cruises down my desk. That should be enough for a couple more postcards. What time is it? It's 9:36. I can do one more postcard, I think, if I hurry. So let's grab a postcard. I'm going to do this one. See, I put little tats in them. And I think I'll put my flower down here. And let's do a long one. Come on. And I might have enough here to do a short one. Let's tuck the black underneath of it, like that. Well, something like that. We'll put this one on first. And then this one, like that. So there's two. And so I can get out of here. The postcards are not flat. That's kind of the problem. They need to be put underneath of a heavy set of books. Flatten them out. One, and I think I can get another one out here. So there's one, two, long one. Where's my other short one? I had another short one. Oh, they're both here. Okay. So I'll save these for later. Let's start with the short ones on the sides here. And let's see what kind of a flower. Got that one's pretty. I like these too. Kind of like these. And I could cut around there. I think I'll use those. I might see if I can get some more different flowers too. All right. So let's go ahead and glue these on. If I can find my palette knife. Did I stick it back in the water? No. Here it is. And I can sit at my chair and stitch the tatting on before offline and get those ready to go offline and cut some more strips. I want to make sure I get the edges glued. I've been having trouble getting my edges glued. And then we just put that right in there. And fold him over. And he could go up a little there. And let's trim him off a bit down here. And then we're going to do the other short one. I'm doing the short ones first because they have this black headline here, and I want to cover those up. So I'll put the longer text over it. If I work on these tonight, I'll work on them later in the evening. I found on Friday nights and when I do my night streams, toward the end of the stream, around 10 o'clock, people start getting tired. So I'll do my busy work like this toward the end of the stream. And I'll do other stuff that's more interesting. A lot of this is busy work. It's got some glue on it. But that's okay. I'm going to rub paint on that anyway. Let's trim it here. If I do my busy work when people start wanting to leave, then, you know, I can still work, but it won't be, I'll do the boring stuff later. And this is kind of busy work here. But I want to get these postcards done so I can mail them out. It's still April. What is it? The 21st. I still got, what, 9 days left in April? I still got 9 days. I started working, I like to go to pentango.com or Pentango. They do, every Tuesday, they put up a new stitch they have a stitch dictionary, and they pick a stitch out of their dictionary. And every week they've been every Tuesday, they've been putting up a stitch and different ways to do it. It's called Take a Stitch Tuesday. I believe that's what it's called. And I like to do one a month, but I'm still working on my March stitch. I've got it about half done on my sampler, and then I like to put one in my journal. So I'm still kind of working on March, but I need to work on April too. Let's put some more glue on this. Yep, I got glue on there all right. I don't know why it sticks to my paper, but it doesn't stick to my... It doesn't stick where I want to stick. It's my gluing talent here. But it usually ends out okay. Trim that edge a little. Just a teeny bit. One more. One more. This is the sticky part of it. Oh, I got a T showing there. Maybe I'll put that on the back. I don't mind the bold, but in this case, I kind of want to cover it up. I gotta put my palette knife back in the water. I'll tell you, these palette knives, I sure do use them. I use them for everything. Opening Happy Mail, opening envelopes. When I want to scrape things out, I always run to my palette knife. Alrighty. I'm going to start in here. Right down in there. And oops, I need it to come clear down here. And this one might be a little short, but it isn't going to make a difference because I've got plenty over on this side. And there we go. Now let's close up my glue, get this stickiness out of the way. This is the last one I'm going to work on. And put my palette knife in the water, get my scissors out of the way. Let's fold this in half because it's plenty sticky. Oh, I didn't want to put that glue away just yet. I still have the flower to put on here. Yeah, I got this to put on. I'm going to put it down in here. But I want to cut it a little more. it right in here. Put it right in there. I put my glue away too fast. My palette knife is in the water. I really got more glue on there than I need. I'll scrape it off. I've been keeping this pretty clean up here at the rim. I don't have a paper towel out. Been keeping it pretty clean. Renee at Little Red Wagon gifted me 2 bottles of Yes Paste and 2 bottles of Fine Art Glitter Glue. Put that right in there, and then we'll trim off the edge. And I can just use this, because I'm about done with it. Put it, it's kind of sticky. And put it right on here. And that kind of protects my scissors from the sticky off of those. And there we go. So I can throw all of this. That's my batik. I can throw all of this away. Now, I still have a bit of time. The TV goes on at 10 o'clock here, so let me see if I can get the borders done. If I can find my pen, that is. That's the green one. Here it is. This has a black line from the magazine image, but I'm just going to enhance it a little there. And come down around this way. And let's do I'm getting too much in a hurry here. So what did I do this morning? I don't even remember what I started out with. I'm working on this. Oh, I did wax seals. I did the wax seals. Did I do anything else other than wax seals this morning? I don't think so. Man, at 4:30, it seems like I played with wax seals maybe longer than I intended. I got an I there in the border. An I, letter I. And I'll just bring this down by hand. I might have to finish this up tonight if I don't get it done in 5 minutes. Because the TV goes on at 10 o'clock here. Gotta watch that Price is Right. I don't mind it too much. I generally tat. It's kind of my tatting time. Or I'll read the internet or something. I need to trim this off just a little here. So I want to thank you all for coming, spending a Friday morning with me. I really, truly do appreciate it. Whoops. Didn't get it all on there. I miss seeing you guys when I don't go online like this. But, you know, you wouldn't have want to heard me hacking away, coughing and sneezing and all of that. So I'm going to put a journal spot across here. Now we need to do this real fast. See if I can't get this done before the TV goes on. And I'll probably have to do the gold tonight. I'll probably have to do the gold tonight. I don't know if I'll have time. Takes a little bit of time to make these, so you guys know if you get a postcard from me, you got a part of my day. And I'm just going to quickly do the lines on the outside, and they're wiggly lines, if that's okay too. And I'm doing them pretty fast here, because I want to get it done. I might touch it up later. And let's see, let's write postcard up here. And do my line. And I've been putting dots in here. I've been making pretty big dots. So all I have to do there is the gold. I'm going to stop on them. And I'm going to say goodbye to you guys. I think I'll just show these two. Let's pull my wax paper out. And we'll show these two and my wax seals that I did this morning for my thumbnail. I hit them. I had one good one that came out really good. Where did he go? Of course, he's hiding from me. There's the steampunk one. Where's my good bee? Here he is. I'll show this one to you guys who just came in line. I'm learning. Dee Dee showed a technique that Strictly Rita on Instagram showed. And what you do is you melt your wax, and then you melt wax in your stamp, and then stamp the stamp down into the melted wax. So the bee is red wax. And Becky was saying this does not have to be hot. You can put this in while it's still, it does not have to, I've been reheating it with my heat gun, but she's saying it doesn't have to be reheated. So I've been learning this technique. It took me a couple tries here. And then my steampunk one turned out, I trimmed it off, but that one turned out better than I expected. That's melted wax in melted wax. That's not a wax coating. So I played with my wax seals and my postcards this morning. So I'll do a thumbnail of this. I want to thank you all for coming. Thank you. It's good to see you guys. Becky said we're off to drop used oil at the dump. Becky and Scott and Greg got that car that they've been working on. This is another postcard that I'm going to send. I have to sew the backing on the back of these. They got their car running. Becky did a short. You're going to have to go watch Becky's channel. She's been doing some interesting things, but she showed where Scott got that car running. Let's see. I think I'm going to take this one out, push this one down, put this one up closer to the top. I got to arrange my bees here. And I should probably jump off because that TV is going to go on any minute. So I want to thank you all for coming. Have a great weekend. I will be on tonight at 7:30 Central. If I work on postcards, I'll work on them. Later on in the stream. I want to do some other things tonight too. So have a great day, everybody. It's the weekend. It's the weekend. Enjoy your weekend. Go out and have fun with art or something. So I'll also find Becky's stickers that I'm going to put across here. I feel like these need something more to pop. I'm not sure what it is. But these were just from my pick 10. So have a great day, everybody. Bye. Oh, thank you, Brenda. Thank you so much. I miss you guys too when I don't get on. I miss you guys, but you would not want to heard me coughing and sneezing. Bye, everybody.